All right, peeps. How we doing? Seems like no matter what, I'm late. Then it usually has to deal with food. Ah, it did. Let's get going. Sea Wage, what the fuck, dude? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm gonna die. Thank you, Michael. Hello, welcome in on the YouTube side. Don't die. Yeah, hopefully not, right? Hey, Sea Wage, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. As I was saying at the beginning, seems like I'm always late for one reason or another, and it looks like this side is fucking jacked up. So 1 second. Let's see. I did kick my green screen. Eh. Yeah, man, no problem. I fix as many things as I possibly can. Most times, fairly early. So we're gonna sit here. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna talk. Let me know about your week. Let me know about your day. And no politics. Don't talk about the politics. It's not because I give a shit. It's just because I don't want to start a fight amongst everybody if anybody happens to be American. Um, and you guys, get into a war. I've seen that. So left side, right side, all that good stuff. So hey, Atlas, how you doing? Olive Juice, welcome in, by the way.
Hello there.
Hello. um, so yeah, we're gonna sit here and hang out. I seem to always be a little bit late, no matter what time it is, and that's partially because we set the target for a time, and I try to meet that time instead of like trying to go sooner than that, right? So yeah, definitely a skill issue. Went hard into Stargate. See, SG1 this week, and I'm loving it. That's a game, yes? Or is that so SG1 Stargate? That's pretty sure that's a movie slash TV show.
Skill issue.
Yeah, it is a skill issue. Yeah. Um, TV show. Yeah. Okay. 90-75 sci-fi show. Yeah, because there's a Stargate movie. I know that. I've seen that one before. And my lips are like extra red. It's partially because here's the reason why I'm late, y'all. Is little bit of frozen pizza that needed to be heated up, but in the oven. So 10 seasons, like 98 to 2000. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's not terrible, but yeah, that's why I'm a little bit late. We're gonna be shoving my face. My wife picked up a frozen pizza and just said, "Screw it, we're not cooking." So her going to the store, grabbing a few things, coming back, left me with the kid, right? So I had to watch our son. So apologize. I'm always late for various different reasons. But yeah, hello, welcome in. Hope you guys are doing awesome. Spun off from the movie. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I did not know that. I saw the movie a long time ago. Long time ago. Shit. It's been probably 10 years at least since the last time I've even seen snippets of it. All right. So I was, pardon me, talking with my mouth full. I was in the process of fixing two mods. I was fixing them passively throughout the day. I was doing a little bit of testing on them. Uh, both of those were sleep skip and sleep over. Part of the reason why is because someone reported that there is a compatibility issue with them, and rightfully so, because one actually patches the higher method, and then the other one patches the lower, the more specific one that gets called within that big one. So naturally, that causes some issues. Now, the issue stands to reason. how to solve that compatibility and to make that a better thing. So sleepover was a mod, yet another mod that someone has asked me to revive from the grave, and I did, right? So I revived it from the grave. I pulled it out of the dust, dusted it off, made it, published it, did everything I needed to do, so to speak. And anyway, that is conflicting with one of my own mods, which is Sleep Skip, which is similar, but it does a different job, which is allows people on a server to skip the night. So that's where I'm at. I recently had my anniversary with my wife. So my wife and I got to celebrate that. We had a fairly decent weekend. That was super fun. And then, we actually got to see my brother. So I haven't been able to see my brother in a while, and we managed to go and see him. So that was good. He got to see his nephew. He absolutely loved it. It's a child that he can give back, right? So he's eats it up every single chance he gets, and then he hands him back, and he's like, "All right, cool, I'm good, I'm done, that's it." And I keep asking him, I'm like, hey, do you want another kid? Is this something that you would want? Are you trying to have another one? Because you seem a little overly excited to see your nephew. And he's like, yeah, it's because he's a baby I can literally give back if I get tired of him. So he's like, no, I don't want to go back to the instances where, I've got to deal with a newborn, I've got to deal with a baby or anything like that. So I thought that was kind of fun, kind of interesting. And it was a long weekend. I had off all the way off until yesterday. So I just started back work today and playing a lot of catch up. A lot of catch up. So much so that I actually have to work tomorrow night longer than normal in order to catch up on some of the work that is needing to be done. So long-winded. All right. I've talked a lot. I need you guys to do some of the talking, or you can just stare at me and watch me eat if you're into that, I guess. I'm a little self-conscious about it, so watch while you can. I don't know. But got me a nice pepperoni pizza and just going for it. Mm-hmm. Hey, Zahart. Thank you, Cosmos. I appreciate you, buddy. Oh, man. It's good stuff. I'm going to turn off my microphone while I munch on this. That's a god pizza. It's all right. It's a frozen one. But, it's still pizza. There's still cheesy goodness with some pepperoni. So I'm going to turn off my microphone while I munch on it because I'm not sure you guys want to hear all of those noises. The terrain issues, Storm. The terrain issues have been around for a while. I think it's been around since Ashlands or right before Ashlands. It's very rare. It does happen, but there's world tearing with that. They changed the way the textures work, and I don't know what exactly possessed them to do so, but that's what they ended up doing. Oh, you want to hear me ASMR munch munch? I mean, sure, I can leave it on. I don't mind, but it's not really anything special. It's probably not even that loud. Only 5 more headshots for my MP. I hate the camo grind. Ah, Dark Meadow. You're playing a lot of Black Ops 6, huh? There's a dude that got dark matter or something like that within like the first 24 hours of the game being out, and that just basically means like dude is insane good or cheated to get there. It seems strange because it seems to come and go. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it isn't. So I don't want to try and fix it. There's nothing you can do to fix that. That is internal problem. That's how they're calculating their textures and their grids. They changed something about that calculation, and now it's actually a little bit offset. Jere, who is, or Jir, however you want to say his name, he's very closely looking at stuff like that because of his mods, like Expand World and things like that. And he actually reported it as a bug to them right after Ashlands. Um, Ja means yes in German. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Hey, Nico, how are you? Um, so he reported it to a bug, or reported it as a bug to the Valheim developers, and they pretty much said that sorry. Like, yeah, we did change it, yeah, but it's very rare, so they're basically not going to fix it. Sure, Nico. What's your question? Nice job, Cosmos. I don't think anybody else redeemed that. Or sorry, I'm surprised that no one else redeemed that. My bad. Mm. You see it all over the place. Yeah, the way they describe it is it's listed as rare, so they don't worry about
Yummy. Mm.
it. Yesterday, I saw some of the vanilla code, and it's funny when you find typos and variable names. Oh, it happens all the time. It's actually part of the reason why mods break is because they fix those typos, and then we've coded it to work with the typo, and it fucks shit up. Just realized that the background chat window doubles comments. Probably not worth it, but it's something you could easily scan for to exclude your comments when it's just carrying over, very low importance. So the problem is that it doubles the comments because it's being shot to YouTube. If you notice, this is YouTube, and then that's Cosmos. But yeah, all right, Cosmos. Yeah, so it's not necessarily something that I can scan for because this is being output to YouTube, and you see the YouTube and Twitch comments right here. So the only thing that I can do is turn that off. Like literally turn off the cross chat so you guys can't see what Twitch says and YouTube says, and basically return it back to separate. Which then makes you guys think that I'm talking to a wall because I'll be responding to somebody in YouTube, and you guys are like, huh? What? Who's he talking to? Could you make your logo an emoji? Yeah, but what for? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I don't. I thought emoji is what people want to use, not random emojis, because it takes a slot, and I think I only have like 10. Yeah, so Atlas, that comes from Twitch. As I said, it goes back and forth. So if you comment on YouTube, it pops up as a Twitch message from me, and vice versa. If you comment, it goes to YouTube as a comment from me. But it's a message to go back and forth. There's really no filter for that because this doesn't care. This right here is an out of the box widget that says, is it YouTube? Is it Twitch? Boom, there it is. It has no way for me to filter that. Sadly, I can't stay. I'll watch VOD tomorrow night. Happy coding. Awesome. Yeah, no, it's gonna be me like fixing mods. So depending on which mod I'm touching, depends on if it's anything that you guys are gonna be interested in, right? Too brain dead to explain exactly what I mean. I get what it does in YouTube and Twitch respectively. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is Fenrir's curse have any readme to figure out how to become? No. No. It's specifically listed on the mod page, the readme that comes with it. If you download it manually, there is a README file in there. Or if you go to the mod page itself, it explicitly states that I will draft up a README at some point to explain the mod better. Because as of right now, it's not fully finished, and I don't feel like typing out something that extensive, because to explain my thought process on Fenrir's Curse, it's not easy because not everything is there. You get scared by Fenring, but not to be affected. Well, I'll be the broken record on YouTube. I really miss the attack stamina mod once you play Valheim once. Ever have an issue where server character is working, but then you change the name of your server or at your hosting site, and then server characters breaks and allows multiple characters? Well, server characters, it creates a hash key based on the server. And if I'm not mistaken, that hash key is generated partially based off of the IP of your server and what kind of server it is, but also the name. So yeah, if you change the physical name of it, most likely you're going to have those issues. That just means that you need to make sure that those characters are now the same across the board. Like you're going to break it more or less is what I'm trying to say. Riverstone, hey, as Matt, you're the man. Love your mods. I use a bunch of them. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, so attack stamina is another mod that someone's asked me to pick up, basically. And I picked it up, I updated what needed to be updated, and then I shot the code, and then it had a bug, and I fixed that bug or something like that. I only fixed like 1 or 2 bugs in it, and sent it out. So like attack stamina to me is low on the totem pole to be updated, specifically because the mod itself is not my code base, and ideally I would rewrite the mod. I would make it better than it is. If I was to actually like take time and spend time on it. But if you ask me to update it right now, my answer is going to be, sure, I'll update it, but will it work? Meh, maybe, because I'm probably not going to test it fully. Let's see. Not scared, scratched, but not transformed. You have to be infected. And the only way to get infected in Fenrir's Curse is to fight Fenrings. You can confirm your infection by going to the compendium. Any chance you can compile your 5 Nobus into 1? I see no point. I see no point. Because you can either, 1, create a mod pack that consists of all of them and then make that a 1 download thing via a mod manager, or in general, just download all 5. The overhead is not going to be any more or less if it was 1 mod versus 2, because they only patch at 1 specific point in the game. So it patches 1 time and it's done. And there's nothing that stays loaded in memory aside from the mod itself. Nothing that stays loaded in memory for an extensive period. So, personal opinion, I see no point. Because then all I'm doing is, hey, Apothecary, how are you? Papa Azu. I'm not sure about the Papa part, but welcome back. I see the sea. Yeah, so this is actually lightning in the sky and clouds. But yeah, so we were hanging out. I was eating some pizza. I was shoving my face. I've got like 2 more slices, but I'm actually getting kind of full. So anyway, we're going to be fixing up some of my mods. Again, most of these mods are going to be really, really easy to fix. Some of them probably don't even need a fix. They probably just need to be either A, recompiled, or B, just uploaded to make everybody happy. Because that tends to be what happens, is people think that the mod is broken because of a specific date. They don't test it. So they're like, oh, this mod's a year old. It doesn't work. Have you tested it? The date just means it's more likely not to work. So if you test it and it works, then you're fine. There's some mods that are 2 years old at this point that still work. Specifically, if we want to get really specific about that, there is a first-person mod out there that's about 2 years old that theoretically still works. It's got some bugs, obviously, but it works. So I fight Fenrir and have many chance to be infected. If I'm not mistaken, I made it like a 10 or a 5% chance, one of the two. So the chance to become infected is very low. You will know when you get infected, and you can also, again, verify if for whatever reason you missed that pop-up message. You can verify by looking inside of your compendium. If you have the lycanthropy infection message, then it's there, and that means you're infected. Oh, I see. Learn much. Mist Begone never seems to break, or it hasn't in years. Exactly. So Mist Begone, patch it. The only way it would break, the only way Mist Begone would break is if they physically rename that component or they change the hierarchy on it. Because essentially what I'm doing is I'm patching into the mist emitters and I'm saying disable or destroy that mist emitter. And that's it. That's all. That's literally all I'm doing. It actually makes your game more performant, not only because it gets rid of the mist, right? And the mist itself is just a very shitty particle system that's coated across the land. It's actually not performant at all. That's why your FPS drops. But also because it physically destroys them, it's not checking. There's nothing to constantly keep checking to create mist, right? So because it literally destroys them, it actually makes your game more performant. You could be a werewolf in Valheim. Yes, with the Fenrir's Curse mod. Yes, you can. Yeah, it's awful. I got rid of it. Can I modify and config to set 100% infection success? No, you cannot. But you can, however, if you're going to try and cheat anyways, you might as well just spawn in 50 Fenrings, go God mode, and wait for it to happen. If I want to learn to make mods, would you suggest after I learn Python? Well, Python is the first programming language that I learned. And that is specifically, well, technically that's not true, but it's the first one that I learned in a professional setting, right? So yes, if you learn Python, you can potentially move over to learning C#. So C# is basically what I've got here. C# is all of this right here. This is my code for sleepover. This is just as simple. If you're learning Python, the difference is that you've got these brackets. Personally, the brackets make more sense to me because in Python, it's all white space. And sure, you can see it if you like imaginarily line them up, right? But as you can see, my IDE is lining this up for me. It's a nice big ass fucking blue line that says, hey, look, this goes here and it stops here, right? And brackets do that. Do you have to use brackets? No, you can say if, we'll just say true here just so it doesn't show red. But you can say if true, right? Just like this. You could do the brackets, or you can literally just in C#, you can eliminate the brackets and you can do this. And if you notice, it tabs it in. And essentially what that means is that one-liners. So it only works with one line. If I have one line here, and let's say I wanted this, I'll just copy and paste this. If I want this, this works. If I want more than one line, you're going to have to use the braces, and then you can type more inside of here. Obviously, that's not going to work because that's gibberish, but same thing. It's all under the hood. Programming is essentially the same thing across the board. You're not going to have anything that surprises you really besides like a feature of a language. And that feature of a language might be, for instance, C# updated now to where you could use collection arrays instead of declaring it as a new. Like you can say like new dictionary and then you do braces and fill it in. Now you can actually turn that into an array and it's called a collection expression. And that is just new stuff to that language. It's a different way to type the exact same thing that you've already got. And that's really it. That's the only thing that you're going to have to figure out is I'm going to snooze this ad, y'all. But that's the only thing that you're going to have to figure out is more or less how to type what you're looking for. Like in Python, this would not necessarily look too much different. The only difference would be is that this wouldn't have a semicolon, and you know, like the string here would be something else, right? Learn C sharp instead of Python or learn both. I heard most modders work in Python. Yeah, well, yes and no. You're most likely you're going to find Python in like a data analytics role. You're not necessarily going to find Python in the modding world. However, me saying that is because most games are not programmed in Python. Okay? Most games are programmed in C++, visual scripting, which is basically C++, or C sharp. So if it's a Unity game, it's a very high likelihood it's C sharp. Which, by the way, C sharp is literally just C pound sign or or C hashtag, whatever the fuck you want to say. Python is easier, objectively easier to learn. But Python's big thing is that Python can do absolutely everything. And part of the reason why is because it's similar to JavaScript in the fact that you have to import 1.5 million libraries to get the job done. So you could code it yourself, or you could just say import Tkinter and create me a UI interface by doing this. Like create a button that does this. Boom, done. One liner. Versus if you had to code that yourself, it would take longer. Right. So Python is power through libraries. That's basically it. Python is extremely powerful, but again, it's powerful because of the libraries that exist that you can import into. So modded in Mist would be better. Modded in Mist would be better. I'm not sure that I understand the question, but if you're talking about with Mist Be Gone, then yes. Your performance will be better in Mistlands. Your performance will be better in Mistlands simply because you have that installed. And that's just because there are 0 amounts of mist being generated, literally. I like Python. It's basically copying and pasting extremely long projects so you don't have to think about how to do what you want. Exactly. So someone somewhere coded something very complex that probably solves a simple thing like creating a box, but they had to write 1,000 lines of code for it. But you, as a user, get to leech off of that. You get to say import their library, their project, essentially, at the top. And it's quite literally, so like in C sharp, you have these things called usings. These are pre-processing directives. I didn't realize I'd be teaching code a little bit, but these are pre-processing directives. Pre-processing directives, the only thing that is different with this is I'm now able to use the methods that are built into this. In Python, it would literally be like import, and I gave an example of tkinter earlier, but it's tk enter like this. You would do an import, sorry, I'm doing semicolon, but you would do an import at the top of your file. And it's essentially the same thing. It gives you access to everything that's inside of tkinter, or tk enter, which is how it's supposed to be said. But it gives you access to all those methods, right? It gives you access to the ability to use things. For instance, me referencing Valheim code gives me the access and the ability to use this method here. I've got it publicized, which means I can directly use it the exact same way that they do. I don't have to use reflection to grab that via a private instance. So that's all that means, right? Like, so import harmony lib, like if I comment this out, you can see that, oh, I no longer know what a harmony patch is. I no longer know what a harmony patch is. And it goes all the way down. I no longer know what harmony priority is or priority very high, blah, blah, blah. It has no clue. But if I import that, I know what it is. This harmony lib, however, is referenced. And matter of fact, this actually needs to have server sync deleted. But this reference here comes from this zero harmony library right here, which is this one. This zero harmony library allows me to import the harmony lib and therefore patch the game using harmony patches. So that's all it is. So everything that I need, like if you see assembly Valheim is right here, assembly utils, GUI utils, BepInEx is right there. These are all DLLs that you reference. And same thing down here for Unity stuff, Unity Engine, Unity Text Mesh Pro, Unity Asset Bundles, Core, IMGUI, Input Legacy, so on. If I need to check a player pressing a button, I'm going to use Input Legacy or I'm going to use the Input module, right? if I'm bringing in a custom asset bundle, which in this one I am, right? I need to reference asset bundle. If I need to reference just the default core Unity stuff like game object, things like that, you need to not only import it, but you also need to use it in whatever class that you need to reference that stuff in. And coding is really that simple. It breaks down to make sure you have all your stuff. If you need it, make sure you got it, and make sure you understand how to type what you're asking for. That's what it boils down to. Pretty much, or make AI do it. Ooh, AI is good, but AI learns from stupid people. That's the best way I could put that. People ask questions all the time, especially if you work in IT, you will relate to this, but people ask questions all the time without knowing what they want. They will literally ask you a question and say, well, I don't know exactly what I want, but I want this. I know I was joking. Well, I'm still going to beat that into the ground, I guess, but because I've already started on it, right? But yeah, people ask things all the time without knowing what they want, or they ask it on such an abstract top level that the AI thinks that it's giving the right answer, and that person's like, oh, that looks right, and they copy and paste it, and then they go, well, this didn't work. And then they paste it back in, and the AI thinks that now a valid solution doesn't work. And then they keep pumping it with that information. Like, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, or this isn't what I wanted this instead. And they end up with something that was 3 lines maybe to code, or 3 lines to type, or 4 lines to type, or something like that. When now the AI thinks that it's done just absolutely everything wrong, but this tiny little snippet worked. So now when someone asks a similar question, they're going to give that snippet and they're going to be like, here you go. And that person's going to be like, what the fuck? Like, that makes no sense. And partially that's because someone who had a very niche.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
someone who had a very, very niche question, but didn't know how to ask it, came up with that tiny little, I'm trying to make my hands bigger, but tiny little subset of info. And that tiny little subset of information is what spat out, right? So, is Misroot Tamer fixed for Bog Witch? It breaks my game when I load it, and it says it's updated 5 days ago. Jeff, I don't know where you're seeing that, because I'm gonna prove you wrong, and just keep in mind, I love you and I appreciate you very much for hanging out on YouTube, but look at this. Misroot Tamer. I'm not sure where you're seeing 5 days, buddy. So you're answering your own question, because when you loaded your game, it didn't work, which means it's not updated. But yeah, right here. I'm not sure where you're seeing updated 5 days ago. For the thrice effect, well, I'm trying not to be mean, but if you use the things that are built into your skull here, it might help. But right here, 6 months. It was updated 6 months ago. I will get to it. It's probably going to be one of the ones that we update tonight, but it's 6 months old. Not at my computer. I'll check in a sec. You don't have to. I just showed it to you. I do mean use your eyeballs. Yeah. Basically, if you just read, it says 6 months ago. So I don't know where you saw 5 days ago, but 6 months ago, like, even if you go onto the actual mod page itself, 6 months ago is the first thing that's listed directly under the title. But yeah, so anyway, let's go ahead and fix some mods, and let's get out of zoom mode and all that stuff here. So anyway, the biggest thing that we need to fix in Sleepover and Sleep Skip is we need to find either a way to provide compatibility, or we need to explicitly state that there is an incompatibility between the two. So I can usually sniff an update. Just me? Those things that you use to watch the prawn. Exactly. You just got to use them just a little bit more. I know it takes a little bit of effort. A little bit of effort, but it's the best thing that I can do is show you how to find the solution for yourself. That's really it. So I actually need to close this because that relates to my work, my job, right? So bot is a real life robot confirmed. I'm getting rid of plan build, by the way. I am actually proud of you. Plan build, although it's great in design and great in what it attempted to do, and a lot of people used it, it doesn't receive the love and attention that it needs in order to be better. And that's unfortunate. Because the person who's fixing it right now has been out of the modding scene for forever. And granted, they're super smart and they can come back in and they can fix it all. But they don't show it the love that it needs, and that's why if you're using a mod that hardly has been fixed since its release, like you don't want to keep using that mod. You always want one that gets frequently looked at. That way, you know, it shows people that you give a shit. You need something simpler. So I got asked to actually help out with, what is it? There was one that I got asked to help out with a long time ago. Can't remember what the fucking name was. What the fuck name was that? It's like the original plan build. He wanted me to keep it maintained, but the problem is he won't give me access to his team. I don't remember what it was called. It's not build cam. Build share. There it is. Build share. So, like, I've got build share, and theoretically, build share still works if I update it. So I can use that locally for myself. So Infinity Hammer can read, can do a lot of the stuff that Plan Build can do. It can also read Plan Build blueprints. So if someone's made one with Plan Build, it works just as well. But yeah, no, I'm talking about the original Plan Build was one that I fixed up for like one of the last updates. But chose not to keep maintaining that. Because the person that wants me to maintain it won't give me access to like fully maintain it. And they also won't open the license so I can either put it under my name. So it basically just fell by the wayside. So you won't give me access to your team to update it for you. And you also won't let me do it on my own. So the mod's just going to die, unfortunately. And it did. It did. People probably still message that person to this day. All right. So sleep skip. I was working on this. Why does sometimes it highlight and sometimes it doesn't? You forgot about build share? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like it died. I updated it once recently on Nexus. I don't even remember where that was. And I say recently as in like 6 or 7 months ago. So, but yeah, I figured out something inside of Sleep Skip that I was dumb about. And I want to show you guys this so you can either laugh with me or laugh at me. Is that cool? Are we good with laughing at me? I feel like that's better for everybody in the long run. So, patches. Anyway, this right here. I added a thing right here that says count greater than 1 and count is this. So beforehand, if I click on this beforehand, it didn't have the count greater than 1. It only had the count, right? So like I've got the count greater than 1 here. However, if we look at it beforehand, it was just count less than, right? The reason I add that is because if one person is online, then they still couldn't skip. So I added that in there, but also in the process of this, I had an old bug that was reported with specifically this version that I didn't understand. Because I was like, there's no way that can happen. The problem is down here on this line of code here, I've got Z-routed RPC instance, right? invoke a routed RPC to everybody, reset variables. So this reset variables is something that I renamed. But if we look at what it was 5 seconds ago before I fixed it, it was this. It was reset everyone. And if we look at my git commits and we look at 1.2, and then I look at, obviously all the translations that I put in there. But if we look at the patches, you guys will notice, and I might have to zoom out a little bit for this because it does get kind of big. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So I added all this code. You can see everything that I've added in this particular commit. Matt Dog, thank you so much for this. Resubscribed for 3 months, dude. Damn. 2-1. Dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Again, your ticket to Valhalla is safe. I appreciate you. How's your streams been? I haven't been able to check out too many. Barely use Nexus because I don't play Skyrim like that anymore. Yeah, so Nexus is shit for a mod author, and I'll show you why if you guys want. Is that the real Azamat? Yeah. What the fuck? Olive juice. Olive juice. Olive juice. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. All of those wonderful people get to go to Le Valhalla. So that is going to Deadly Shorty, Nerd Gamer Dave, Starfish Nebula, Crafting Chaos Gaming, Under Neox. Guys, I hope you enjoy your subscriptions. I appreciate it. We could do this for the olive juice. Word is Love is updated. I updated it this morning. Yes. Word is Love is updated. We're good. It was a pain in the ass to update, by the way. Because I actually had to play the game and test it. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I thought the problem was in Unity, and it wasn't. It wasn't. It's because I was inserting at the wrong index. So that was fun. Hey, Conchonery, thank you for the lurk, buddy. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. And good luck on your run, whatever you're doing and wherever you're going. Level 2 hype train. Oh my god. Get them to go to Valhalla. Exactly. If you guys want to go to Valhalla, just ask Olive Juice. it's what it looks like. Yeah, so the thing that I wanted to show you guys on this was, where is it? Down here. Right here. So I'm going to wait for those people to come back from the ad, but I'm going to sneak peek it for you guys. So you guys see how, so left side over here is what I changed. These lines right here are the line numbers of where I changed it, what it looks like, right? On the right-hand side, you can see reset everyone turned into reset variables. But I never changed that after it succeeds. And that's what I just fixed today. So that bug was valid. And it's because I was calling the old reset everyone and not the new shit. So I was dumb. I messed up myself. It's good shit. It's good shit. But yeah, that's small bugs that you can find. Is I left it as this, unfortunately. I left it as reset everyone in the code. And I did not change it to the new reset variables, which was part of my problem, part of my issue. So yeah, super, super neat. Love it. Gotta love it. La 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 la.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
You messed up, but then you fixed it by engaging big brain time. Exactly. That's how we do it. So we have 49 seconds left on the ad based off of what it says. However, I've been told that around 30 seconds, you guys get to come back. So I don't fully think that it goes the full time compared to what it says. And if I'm right about now is when everybody should be coming back from the ad break. If you just came back from the ad break, please just type a random character into the chat window just to make sure that everybody's back. If not, we're going to wait the 15 seconds. And my nose is still dripping, dude. I can't get over whatever this is that I've got. All right, well, it says everyone is back, so I'm going to go ahead and proceed. So what I saw in my code today specifically was on the left-hand side, we have my old code when I made all these changes. And then on the right-hand side was the change that I made, right? And so 1-to-1, or approximately 1-to-1, I changed the registration of an RPC from reset everyone to the name of reset variables, which is essentially... no, they do not. They are fundamentally different mods. They will not work together because one patches into the vanilla wards, one replaces them. So, no, they do not. But yeah, so I changed it from name of reset everyone to name of reset variables, essentially. And what I found today is that I never fully changed that. When going from that code to the next. I never changed it in all the spots, and I thought I did. But right here is what it was this morning, this reset everyone. But I needed to change it to this. So now sleep skip should function normally. I also changed some of the calculations. Specifically today, changed some of the calculations to allow one person to be available in bed. I also changed the ratio. So the ratio here would be, sometimes it would default to 0. So I changed it now to be floats, which means that it can support decimals. And it basically means that the ratio will now calculate correctly because it'll use the additional decimals instead of rounding down to 0, which is what I needed, right? So sleep skip should function fine because the base code is still there. Everything works. Everything looks like it works. So I'm not going to test this one. I know that my tiny little changes will make a huge impact and hopefully a huge difference for those that are out there. However, I need to make sure that my server sync is fully updated. And it looks like it is, so we're good. You need raw local honey to help with your sniffles. I don't have anything that's local to this area that I've been able to find, unfortunately. But yeah, I've heard that. So that's because the pollen and all that stuff and the stuff that's used to make honey.
Hey, Azimuth, guess what, brother? You got a new follow.
Ort Spun, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Asgardians. I really appreciate that. Hello, hope you're having a good night. Tonight we are fixing up some of my mods and just kind of hanging out, listening to some music. So hope you enjoy and hope that maybe you can ask questions and learn something. So that's about it. That's what we're going to be doing today. So anyway, we've got this now fixed. I've updated allow skipping time if one player is alone in bed. Fix small issue with UI reset. I don't want to go into the details of that because it's just going to blow over most people's heads. But basically, I fixed an RPC that actually resets the UI. So the UI doesn't only pop up one time. So let's see. And that's actually a bug that I thought that I fixed a while back. So a lot of my projects are automated. I don't have to do anything else besides change the version, change the code, because in this Thunderstore folder on the right-hand side, this automatically, based off of my post-build properties, will get built, zipped up, and ready for Thunderstore. So I've done what I need to do, and I'm just going to rebuild the solution here, and you will see those new files pop up on the left-hand side. So there we go. It updated the manifest for me, and we can see that it changed the 1.2 to a 1.21 for me, and I didn't have to. So I do that one place, and then it also renames the zip file as well. It renames a zip file here. So I can just say version 1.2.1, fix issues with one player and UI RPC. right? And these comments are a little bit more explicit because of me. This is what's going to my GitHub. So I can commit and push that, which will commit this straight to GitHub. And then I'll just click push to make sure everything goes through. And we can see that it's kind of doing its business behind my head here. And then it says create pull request, and that it pushed that commit to origin master, which is what you guys see here, right? So that's now on my GitHub. It's now fully updated. And then on the actual folder, we can see that I've got my sleep skip zip, and I didn't have to do anything to actually populate that. So we are going to say that sleep skip is technically fixed. However, there was a incompatibility with sleep over, and I need to check into that before I completely set it and rest it to bed. So I either need to find a way to provide compatibility, or I need to find a way to have one not need to do what it needs to do at specific points in time. So compatibility or block it outright if I need to, is what it boils down to. So we're going to take a look at the patches. So this game update sleeping, which is down here. So this one patches update sleeping. The other one patches everybody is trying to sleep. And this everybody is trying to sleep actually runs on the server. Update sleeping also runs on the server. So the problem is if you install it on the server, right, that both of these run. And if you see that this method here is sleep stop, sleep start. What the fuck is a token? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope that you're having a good night. So we're just going to sit here and take a look. So one is patching update sleeping, and then the other one is patching everyone is trying to sleep, which everyone is trying to sleep happens at game start, if I remember correctly. So this is invoked every couple seconds on the server. Just checking to see if people are in bed, right? They're honestly, if Valheim wanted to improve this, they would check when someone lays in the bed, it would check to see how many players are in the bed and then periodically check for as long as someone is in a bed instead of consistently checking every like 2 seconds. Which if we look at right here, and the start method. So it's got update sleeping is invoked every 2 seconds. And then we've got the sleep start was registered, right? And if we jump straight to sleep start, sleep stop, all of this, we have the everybody's trying to sleep, which is being called right here. If not everyone's trying to sleep, blah, 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 then return. But that only happens if the game itself isn't sleeping, right? So if people in the game aren't actually sleeping. So this runs on the server here. We say skip to morning, sleeping becomes true, right? And then it runs that code. So when it runs this every couple seconds, it says, hey, look, if we're sleeping, then we're time skipping. Then we're going to leave. Otherwise, it does its thing. However, because this one checks here, so this one is checking inside of the else, and then the other one is checking up here, I need to provide compatibility. So we're going to take a look at this patch that I've created to this method. And it says only patch the game code if we're worrying about the sleep time, sleep at any point in time. If it's not server, return false. And we are running this on a server. If you're sleeping and not sleep skipping. So this is basically the exact same thing as the base game code. However, I think the only thing that it's doing different, and this is just like my own knowledge at the time, plus I think this is someone else's mod at some point. I think I fixed this one up. So my own knowledge at the time didn't see this and immediately go, oh, there's a better way to do this. So update sleeping. We saw that update sleeping is if not server return, if sleeping do this, else do this. Mine is also doing the same thing. If not server, if sleeping, else if, right? And then an else here. So else if, and then no else, unfortunately. So sleep start. And this is making it to where we can take a look at this. Let's see. So now it's sleep at any point in time. So all we did was we injected another condition inside of that. And we're taking it over. We're doing the exact same thing as vanilla. However, a Boolean prefix is highly just not compatible because one mod is going to expect that the original method runs. This one's actually blocking the original method on a conditional level. So we're going to say return true, you know, blah, 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 blah. If not server, we're going to run the normal server code, which is fine with an additional check inside of it. However, I don't know how to make that compatible because sleep skip needs to do something similar, but it needs to patch in to that mod. So this one's everyone's trying to sleep. I need to go take a look at what that user reported as the bug. Please change this song. So it says sleepover was in their message. So I'm going to take a peek at this. So sleeping bag and sleep skip definitely are. Sleep bag. I noticed that when I have a sleeping bag installed, whenever I use a bed at the spawn, it will be automatically set regardless of the selected option. Ortspun, thank you so much for the subscription. You are wonderful. You now have a ticket to Valhalla, so I hope that you enjoy it. It also means that you bypass ads. So welcome in, and thank you for using the Prime on me, man. You only get one of those per month, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. That change bed and sleep behavior, does that include sleep skip? We're going to use both together. So I'm reading the Discord messages that you guys can't see because my Discord is actually in front of me, but it's in streamer mode. So I noticed that when I have sleeping bag installed, whenever I use a bed, the spawn will be automatically set regardless of the selected option in sleepover. And that's probably because sleeping bag is part of the problem. So both of these can be updated, but both of these are going to have to be incompatible because one is actually calling a method lower. Theoretically, they would automatically work, at least with sleep skip. But I think sleep skip is doing a few extra things on the server that it needs to run. So not super compatible, unfortunately. And so sleep skip is ready. Sleep over, as far as I know, isn't broken. So let's test some of these mods. We're going to go into R2 Modman real quick. I know that sleepover probably just looks old. It might not need to update, but we're going to double check it real fast. Make sure that it's not like got a missing method or anything like that. It shouldn't. It should be fine. It should be Gucci. But we're going to take a look. So Word is Love did update today. So just go ahead and replace the DLL that's already there. So we're going to set this to sleepover. One by me. And sleep skip. We're going to load both of these, make sure that these don't have any errors. Theoretically, they do not have any errors when they boot up. So easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Holy mother of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Ortspun. That's amazing. 10 Valhallas. 10 people get to go to Valhalla. Georgie May, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome into the Asgardians. I appreciate it. Ortspun, thank you for gifting Buffy Kitten, Lupin San, Topaz Starshine, Ragnarok Force X, Crackhead Palace Gaming, Nomad Beard, Storm, Highly Canadian, Ambrimner, and Weenessie. Some subscriptions. Guys, you all now get to skip ads. You all now also have a wonderful, amazing ticket to Valhalla. So keep that in mind. Squeak sent me here to follow you. Hey, why is Squeak sending people? No, I'm kidding. Tell Squeaks I said thank you. Georgie May, welcome in. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for the follow. We are, what are we at now? Like 40, is it 47 away? 47 away from the goal, so we're getting closer. Tell Squeaks I said I appreciate it. Squeaks is way too kind. He does not have to do that. So Sleep Skip looks like it loads fine, and so does Sleep Over. So I don't think they need updates, but Sleep Skip does need a bug fix. So might as well update both, right? Just tell people, hey, we looked at them. So we're just going to do a little quick testy poo here. That thing is still going off a Brimner. So there's only... Squeaks, no. No. All right. Let's see. PTP test. Grave is all working. We saw that Ward is Love is now working appropriately. So I did fix that today. We need to...
Guess what, brother? You got a new follow.
Oh, that was hella delayed. But yeah, Georgia May, thank you again for the follow. I appreciate it. We're going to find my bed. If I'm not mistaken, I have a bed outside and underneath. Yeah, so we're going to claim it. So we can sleep whenever we want, right? Which is fine. And Shift E to claim, which works fine. Alt E to set spawn point. So spawn point is now set. We can get up out of the bed. You didn't think I was streaming tonight? Yeah, man, every Wednesday, every Friday. Yeah, no, so, Noob, I moved my times till 7 p.m., so it's 30 minutes later. And the reason why is because my wife needs my help a little bit more than I realized, and it's constantly being postponed. So, yeah. Yeah. So, that it's probably going to be 7 p.m. from now on, because she still barely had enough time to get done what she would like to get done. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to test that. So I can set my bed on someone else. I can sleep whenever I want to. Which is super fine. Super cool. However, this means that we can't actually do what we want to do. So it does pick up on my spawn point. What is with you guys today? What is with you guys today? I really appreciate it, but holy cow, what is with you guys today? GGR Noob, thank you so much for the subscription with Prime. Again, as I mentioned, you only get one of those. You only get one of those. So I appreciate you using it on me. Thank you for staying a consistent person in the channel and a consistent, amazing Asgardian, as well as an Asgardian that gets to go to Valhalla. So thank you so much for the sub. I really do appreciate that. I have a funny idea. Ortspun, what is your funny idea? So we did test that, so that does work fine. However, it's not working with Sleep Skip like we expected. Make the goal. Did you just make our sub goal for that? Yo, dude, thank you so much. Monolith, Paolo 1, One Cosmos, and Subup all get subs. Why doesn't it list all 15? It's supposed to list 15. Jeez, man. Thank you so much for that. 15. My sub point goal of 150 was just completed. Ortspun, thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously, if you have a mod of mine that you would like to see updated, I don't know if that's why you're here. If you would like to see that updated ahead of time, anyone who's gifted subs tonight gets to choose the order. Obviously, in the order that was gifted the subs instead of the actual number, because we don't want to discriminate based on that. But thank you so much for the 15 gifted subs and allowing us to reach our goal. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So Monolith, Paolo, One Cosmos, and Sua. I get to see those, but it's not showing the other ones, unfortunately. So I guess we get to see it here. Georgie May got a subscription. Yeah. There it is, Ari115. None of the other streamers I watch are live, and I saw your stream. Well, I'm glad that you get to stumble upon my stream. I'm sad that your buddies that normally you get to watch are not live. But I'm glad that I am. I'm glad that I get to see you today and also receive some of your love and support. I really do appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. I'm going to give you a pixelated thumbs up. Token is brand new to the stream and also got a sub. Georgie May, brand new to the stream, also got a sub. Guys, you guys now have a free ticket to Valhalla, and also we'll give you a big thumbs up, pixelated thumbs up. Thank you. I don't know how to say thank you enough to both Seawage for the 1,000 biddies and for all the subscriptions tonight. I've done absolutely nothing to deserve it.
Hello there.
But your kindness is very appreciated. Hope you guys enjoy the pixelated big head. We'll hold it here for a minute and do our job, you know. All right. And there's the Sue up one. There's the Sue up one. That's what she said. Mm-hmm.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
I think, so the happy accidents one, I think the best thing about that entire thing is on-screen celebration. I see it, but did that actually work? Thanks for the gift to sub, brother. Wasn't even following. Shame on me.
Azramet, guess what, brother? You got a new follow.
Smathers! You're a sub and you weren't even following. That should be an achievement, I feel like. But thank you for following after you figured out that you're now a subscriber. I really appreciate that, and thank you for popping in. I hope that you've enjoyed the content so far. We'll get back to the actual gameplay and not be full face, so you guys get to see my really big head in the corner here. So we tested a few things. I'm gonna make this bubble a little bit bigger. So let me. I'm gonna go over something completely unrelated to the mods that we have been working on or testing right now. So Word is Love has a bubble, right? Let me run out here. So Word is Love has a bubble. As you can see, it's a little glitchy after this update, right? And it's dealing with the camera specifically. I don't know why it does that. It used to just always look like this, and it used to be fine. So what I want to do is, if you guys have ever seen the shield generator, the shield generator in the base game, actually, the bubble on those is attached to the camera. The camera is rendering the bubble, so theoretically there is no physical object in the world like mine, right? So like you can't run on theirs. You can see a tiny little pause as mine understands that I'm the owner of the word I'm allowed in. So there's... I'm not in God mode. I thought that I was running the profile that automatically defaults me to God mode. Well, rip me, I guess. I wasn't expecting that. Might be better. We've seen some lag occasionally with the bubble. So the lag doesn't actually come from the bubble. The lag comes from the fact
Make
that...
mistakes. We have happy accidents.
I'm so glad that I just set my spawn point to be that bed underneath the house. But look. Like, I got all fucked up legs. I look like I gotta pee really bad. Like, oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me now. That's my no-no square. But, like, yeah, that's interesting. That just happened. I now have to live with that on stream. So, as I was saying, the bubble actually is...
You know what? This is really scary.
The bubble itself is actually is not causing lag. And that can be proven simply by having the bubble on and having nothing else happen. What causes the lag is the bubble is actually causing a lot more checks, a lot more things to happen. So depending on what you have turned on, you might experience a little bit of network lag, depending on that, because some of it checks semi-frequently. One of them is collisions. It checks collisions with the bubble, so if you're not a permitted player, right, you now have to not be able to enter the bubble here. So if you attach it to the camera, then it removes the instance and cuts lag. So the instance of the ward will still be here. Again, that's not causing the lag. The camera is going to render the bubble. So this doesn't need to be a physical bubble anymore. So what that does and what that means is it's going to work very similar to the shield generator. So let's go into dev commands. God, no cost. We'll go with debug mode. And we'll go ghost mode just in case. So the shield generator specifically. So this one here. If we look at this, we can, build it, right? And then we have to add bones. So we're going to spawn bone fragments, I think is what it takes. 50. And we'll just spawn it directly into the player inventory. And we'll fill this up. So as we can see, this also creates a bubble. It also creates a ring around the ground and all that stuff. We can physically see it, right? And we can see that it's got a little bit of nice, cool effect and all this stuff. However, this bubble is not like the trader bubble. So my bubble over there that we kind of can't see, right? That bubble right there. This one, and the problem that we can't see it is most likely because of first-person mod, to be honest with you. But the reason that my bubble looks like the way it does is my bubble mimics the vanilla trader bubble, which is a physical object. It's a physical sphere in the world. Mine mimics that almost identically. It's actually got less polygons than what the trader bubble has. However, they did something incredibly smart with the shield generator bubble specifically. The shield generator bubble is actually not a physical object. You cannot punch this. It does not exist. This is actually generated. It's a computed shader. And what that means is that this is basically performing math to create the bubble. And that bubble is essentially attached to the camera, at least the effects of the bubble. There is a physical object that is being stretched to determine whether you're inside of the bubble or outside of the bubble. But the actual effect that we're seeing, all of this is based on camera. Your camera is rendering this, nothing else is. So what that means is that it gives me the ability to check what's in it. It also gives the ability to very lightly create a fairly cool effect, right? And mine, there's nothing wrong with mine necessarily, but on certain computers and certain things, depending on what settings you have, so on, there's going to be a little bit of lag with it. Also, I have to do a lot of checks for, as you can see, like I can punch my bubble, right? I have to do a lot of checks for collisions to see what is able to go through the bubble and what isn't. Doing it their way, I don't have to do as many checks. I can just say what is not allowed and then just let everything else in. And that's what's fucking genius about it. The problem is that I have to recreate that from scratch, right? I have to literally recreate that from scratch because this is a shader. The shaders in the base game are not rippable. We cannot take them and use them. I either have to clone it at runtime or I have to make my own version of it. And I've tried to make my own version and I got really, really close. However, I think that I'm going to just make a version of it that works. I'm going to clone it. So additionally, if we notice, theirs does this cool little overlap effect, right? Mine also has that ability. However, 2 bubbles, 2 wards, 2 separate sets of calculations. Their code actually checks if you're inside of this whole thing. So theirs is a little bit more performant, at least in the calculations. So I'm going to take some of that. I'm going to pull that. I'm going to rewrite a little bit of Ward is Love to make it a little bit more like this. So it looks a little bit better, and you don't necessarily see where they cross over, but we can see that they cross over like right there. So if I was to build a second ward, for instance, we'll go here and we will place this ward. We will go in and we will turn on the bubble. And just so we have a little bit of a different color, we're going to change the color here. Let's see. And I didn't mean to add that. Let's go here. We'll make this like a bright pinkish. We'll say done. So we can go out and we can see that if we look at the bubbles currently, well, we can barely see them actually. There we go. And this has got to be due to the first person mod, but we can see that you're able to see the overlap. You can physically see how they meld. However, I've got a feature on these bubbles that I don't have my Unity Explorer installed. Fuck me. Okay. So basically, I have a feature that makes it multi-sphere or not multi-sphere, which gives us the same effect, more or less, as this big butthole right here. And mine does that. Mine will eliminate that like overlap, and it'll cut it out. However, again, it's not attached to the camera. It's not doing all this. It's a physical object in the world, which means it needs to perform those kinds of calculations. So that's going to be some issues. Let's read some messages because I've missed a few. I haven't played Valheim in so long, mainly a time thing. Being an adult with responsibilities has taken all the time I have. Ortspun. Definitely feel you on that. Definitely feel you on that. I've got a 4.5-month-old. He takes up a ton of our time and probably going to start taking up more of my time as I go forward. So balancing that between modding and a few things is really going to take some time. It changes the bubble from physical. Yes. So it takes it out of the world and it pulls it to be half rendered on camera via a shader. And then the other half is a physical object in the world that is stretched and pulled, which mine already has, and it does have, except for I attached everything to that physical object. And then as that stretches and pulls, we're able to see that reflected in the effects. But the effects also have to calculate where that bubble is. With the camera method, we don't have to. That's what I thought it was. Number 1 achievement in life. Contribute to the U.S. military industrial complex by working for 2 subcontractors. Why is that your number 1 achievement? Your number 1 achievement should be being alive every single day. But congrats on that. Seriously. 2 subcontractors. U.S. military. Woo-hoo. Like my computer. Oh, look. Bubble boobies. Aw, my man. Oh man, my second gifting went on my debit card, which until Friday, payday is scarily low on funds, even though I set it to my credit card. I don't know that I can refund those, to be honest with you. I think that's all going to be handled on the Twitch portion. Otherwise, I definitely would, because it just comes to me as Twitch. You might be able to argue that and tell them that you didn't want it, and then Twitch can revert it back, which I'm fine with, just as long as I don't have to pay that out of my pocket. Because I'm also broke. I've had to buy a lot of stuff recently. Christmas gifts, food, anniversary, things like that. So I'm also broke. Nah, don't refund. It's all good. Well, just let me know, and I'll work with Twitch or whatever to get that money back to you if it becomes a problem. Okay. So let's kind of proceed with what we're doing. But yeah, this is kind of what Ward is Love needs to do. And as you can see, we go far away that these are popping in and we can kind of see the effects. Ward is Love is going to do something very similar. And we're not going to have the ripple effects here and things like that. So I'm rebuilding Ward is Love kind of from the ground up, at least the asset itself, to be able to fix these problems. And make it to where it's a little bit different. And I will show you the difference in Unity versus Ward is Love versus what the shield generator does. So just use your credit card until Friday. Probably. Not going to lie, those 2 side by side look like some butt cheeks. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Just be careful. Just don't slap it, okay? Just don't slap it. It'll be all right as long as we don't slap it. Cool. Like, see, does this even? Oh, look at that range, dude. Yes. Here, well, we'll make it 3. How's that? We'll give you 3. Less of butt cheeks, more of 3. Imagine just having to adult. LOL. Till Babby, fully mobile. Hey. Well, I appreciate the mobile. Mobile app sucks, so that's showing true love right there. All right, so we're going to heal myself first, and I'm going to set item sets. Ashlands. We'll go medium. Ashlands medium. So that is just so we have some health and whatnot as we quit the game, so I don't die immediately next time. So we are going to update Sleepover, and we are going to update
Battle Pass.
Fortnite Battle Pass from Obama. What? Smathers, thank you for the fancy. Cool. Yeah. All right. So we're going to push a courtesy update to Sleepover because it doesn't need it. And theoretically, Sleep Skip didn't need it, but it did need a bug fix. So that one's less of a courtesy. So this one is now updated for Ashlands. We're going to say updated for Bog Witch. No code changes. Just a courtesy update. All right, so 1.1.3, and then we'll have to change that version. Did I already change the version here? Oh, no! Let's take a look at Thunderstore. Let me make sure I'm not fucking up the version number. Sleepover. So Thunderstore has 1.1.3, so this should actually be 1.1.4, which I could have known if I had just read that that was right there. Hey, thanks for the gifted. Nice. Yep. So we're just going to build this. We're going to say build the modes, build the thing. And then patches, really, I just reduce this to all one line instead of 2. And then so this becomes 1.1. So 1.1.4. Commit and push. Bada bing, bada boom. So open, explore. So we've got the Thunderstore thing here. So I'm just going to click upload on Thunderstore, right? Choose or drag file. I'm just going to drag the file. So Sleepover. I'll choose my name, Valheim. And as you guys can see, I'm on like a ton of teams. So I update all of Wise Horrors mods. I manage the Odin Plus mods if I need to. Mad Buffoon, VMP, Dark Tide, Azure, GGR Noobs, Hideout. I'm still on your team, buddy. Whoop, whoop. Julheim, I'm on the Dickinson's Beppin X pack because I help maintain that, of course. Mythic Wolf, updated Mythic Wolf's mods today. Better UI forever maintained. Sunken Land modding. Randy Knapp, Smooth Brain, Wacky Mole, and Norger Legacy. We are kicking it. Hey, TD man, welcome in. Hello. Hope you're having a good night. All right, so then we've updated Sleepover. So we're going to now update Sleep Skip. Same thing. Click my name, Valheim, and then we're going to drag Sleep Skip in, and then click update. So booyah, booyah. We're updating some mods today. All right, so those are done. So next thing, people want attack stamina to be updated, so I'm just going to update it as is. I do not necessarily care about anything else. I will look into rewriting that mod at some point. Where is attack stamina? I thought I already... A-T-A-T-A-Z-A-S. There it is. Attack stamina. Booyah. Do I know what 21 Pilots is? Yes, they're a pretty good band. Why do you ask? All right, let's take a look at this. To let this load. I don't need to decompile the class of character. Did I already set this one to be updated? The only issue present Did I fix this already? Hold up. Attack stamina. Wow. So I fixed the better UI incompatibility, but I never pushed the update. Isn't that lovely? So we did this. No wonder why I was still getting that bug. I thought I fixed it, and I did. So really, what was the issue with this? Somebody said that this didn't work, but I feel like it does. All right, so we're going to turn off. We're going to uninstall, actually, sleepover and sleep skip. And then attack. Oh, wait, no, I'm looking in installed, aren't I? Attack stamina. So we're going to boot up. We're going to see if this does actually have any issues. The bands I know they sing aren't in their song names. Name a song. I mean, I don't know their song names off the top of my head, but I know who they are. I've listened to them a few times. Like one of the songs is like used to play pretend money. Like I've heard that one a lot. I actually enjoy the song. I just don't know the name of it off the top of my head. But let's see. We'll do 21 pilots. Stressed out. That's what it is. But yeah, this one's pretty cool. I like this because in the music video, he's got like a whole bunch of tattoos all down his neck. Super neat. In an order that is new. Time of saying. And I care what people think. Care what you think. All right, so HUD Awake patch. Null reference. All right. And that's because I'm using better UI. Okay, so now this is, we're going to do a quick test. We're going to do a quick test to see if my bug or my old code where I said I fixed better UI actually fixes better UI. And it should. So we're going to copy the folder. Close sleep skip. We're going to copy the folder. And we're going to paste that folder here. So it builds into the new folder. All right, and then we'll put this at 1.0.3, which is the fixed incompatibility. And it updated. So now when we boot, we should not receive that error. Don't really care for the lyrics. Oh, hammer. Look at you. You got a nice hammer. Oh, that's new.
Yeah. This is big brain time.
All right. So he does not like that song. We will change. Trying to call home. So I changed the song specifically for him because he started to watch without audio because he didn't like the lyrics. So we changed it. I want Noob to listen to me. I want you to hear my voice, bitch. All right, so I did not fix that error. And I thought that I did. So let's see what it's airing out now. So HUD Awake patch. So that's going to be this patch here. Let's take a look. Cool. All right. So this is, we're going to close the game so you guys can see what I'm working with. So here's the problem is, although I said that I fixed it, I didn't because I was a dumbass when I wrote this. So basically, root is equal to this. Otherwise, utils find child this. And if you notice, it says better UI stamina bar twice. if better UI is installed and I find this is not equal to null, then we're going to do this. However, or we're going to say stamina to bar root. So HUD awake patch in postfix, this is the only HUD awake. This becomes null. So root becomes null here, and we need to make sure that it does not. So better UI stamina bar. I would never mute you unless I was playing Valorant or I needed to hear your footsteps. Priorities, you know? You were messing with icons? Oh, well, how do I get that icon? I want that icon sometimes. I mean, I don't mind the song in general. I just don't care for the meaning behind the song. Oh, what? That he cares about what people thinks about him? And that he wants to hurt himself or something like that? I think depressing songs like that are interesting to listen to. So part of the reason is MK Better UI. So this one is checking for MK Better UI. Click on the icon and it gave me an option for subscribing. Oh. No, it's an entirely different song. Oh, the song Heathens. Got you. Hearing footsteps as a priority to early sign foot fetish. So part of the problem here is that I've set this to only look at MK Better UI, and I think we changed that in Better UI Forever Maintained. Yes. Let's take a look. So MK underscore Better UI. Underscore Better UI. Better UI is installed. So we're going to have to split this out. So although I've got this as a root here, we're going to say rect transform root. We are now going to say, we're going to split this out. So this is an inline if. We're going to say if. And get component rect transform. And really, we're going to delete this off. So if utils find child is not equal to null, then we're going to say that that should be this. And we're going to say as, I don't know, a better UI bar. Wait, no, I can't do as in C#, can I? Paste this. This is going to be a bullshit way to fix this, but so bar better UI bar, and this is going to be a rect transform. At the dawn. This actually should be root instead of the var here, and then we're going to say else. Let's say attack stamina. And so this is basically the exact same thing. Instead of the inline if, or actually, I wonder if this can do this now. I think it can. We can click here and then say convert to an if statement. There we go. So this is essentially doing what I was just setting up to do. So root is equal to utils find child get component transform, and then this. However, we need to check to see if the root object transform even has the better UI on it. So what we need is, what I normally have is my, so first of all, server dev commands needs to be on. I don't know why the fuck it's off. And Unity Explorer. So let's grab Unity Explorer. And we've downloaded. We're gonna set this to none so it only shows my loaded mods, which is, it's fine. So we're gonna take a look. Why does America call it Fahrenheit, and why does Arizona only have 56 of them? Here in Arizona, 56 is freezing temperature, or in AZ, 56 is temperature freezing of water. So, I don't know why Americans call it Fahrenheit, other than the fact that we just do. That's how we're raised. But yeah, let me see. This needs to be switched to page down and hide on startup because I don't like that. But yeah, we call temperature Fahrenheit over here, but 56 is chilly. I wouldn't say it's cold. 32 is the freezing point of water in Fahrenheit. Wink, wink. So attack stamina still fails with better UI, which is fine. The only thing that we need to do is check the UI elements. So game main, loading GUI, pixel, in-game, What the fuck? Is it HUD? I forget. Is it HUD? It's just general HUD, isn't it? HUD root. And what was I searching for on this? Quick access bar grid. So this is the better UI XP bar. Stagger panel. It's not the stamina panel. I thought that might be because it failed. Hang on. Let's go to the profile folder here. And we're going to turn off attack stamina for now. One sec. There we go. We need to figure out where I'm putting it in better UI. Is it ever not being stink smelly? Man, in PEA, we consider freezing -20. YouTube's being stinky. Is it? I haven't looked at it. Let's take a look. It looks normal. PA isn't real? Yes, it is. Fuck. It's like Pennsylvania or whatever. Alright, so we need to load into the base game here. We'll zoom out so I'm not like making y'all basically have whiplash from how fast I'm moving my mouse. Not as bad as Canada, but winter is not for the faint of heart. I don't know, man. Colorado winters are similar. I don't live in Colorado, but my my wife's uncle does. He talks about them all the time, especially up in the mountains where he is. All right, so first things first, we need to find the better UI stamina bar, which should be this one right here. And that is called stamina text, HUD root. So feel this moment. All right, so where did I put better UI forever maintained? That was only present when the custom stamina bar was turned off. So stamina bar, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I am wrong, better UI has, so MK better UI config. So custom stamina bar is turned off, which is why it has a problem. So we're going to turn this on 0 degrees. And save that. So we're going to log out and then log back in. 2 months of Canada and then spring happens. Is it being a lag pit? Hang on. Guys, an ad starts in 2 minutes. I cannot snooze it. It's being a lag pit, not loading streams for me, but that could be my bandwidth too, since I'm a human watching Ponyo at 1080p. Is Ponyo meant to be short for porno? YouTube buffering is a government tactic to distract you from the real issues. Quick, to YouTube! Yeah, well, that might be true. To be honest with you, that might be true. Alright, so the custom stamina bar... Well, I'm going to have to reboot the game, aren't I? Better UI doesn't update live, which is a shame. But I do want my configuration manager because that's pissing me off. There we go. Word to your mama. And reboot the game. No, Ponyo is a kid's movie that's small. Small. Yeah, sorry. Hi, YouTube peeps. I'm not sure that there's too many people over at the YouTube side right now. We're listening to T Swizzles. Some Shawn Mendes. She can't hear you. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good to know at least. Hang on, I need to change this playlist. Are y'all cool with playing with summer hits? Well, let's go to the 80s music. I don't know. All out 80s. I like 80s music. A Brimner, yeah, man. They dropped you as subbies, dub-dubs. Little subby dub-dub. Feeling some 80s today. Alright, so custom stamina bar is there. So now this means that GUI main, loading GUI pixel, in-game GUI, HUD root, should now have the better UI stamina bar, which is what my code is looking for. So if better UI is installed and the root object transform on the HUD contains better UI stamina, and HUD root should be right here. And that should be the HUD element here. So if we look at what it considers to be the root object, we will see that the root object is... What's the name of it? M underscore root object. M underscore food, GP, health, So root object is, in fact, HUD root, and then I'm searching for better UI stamina bar, which is coolio, Julio. And if we click on this, it does have a rect transform. So good news is that utils find child, unfortunately, will fail if we aren't able to find that. What is this thing that I'm using? Oh, in-game? Are you talking about what I'm using in-game? It's called Unity Explorer. This basically allows you to see how the game is set up and how other things are set up, really. It's super awesome. It allows you to run code. It also allows you to go free cam, right? We could say begin free cam. No, don't quit the game. And obviously, if we weren't paused, right? Like, I'm still moving my character, but... And I can look left and right and whatnot. But anyway, it gives a nice little free cam as well. You can use that at the main menu. It's kind of cool if you use it at the main menu. But yeah. It comes with all kinds of different features. I can go and look at the log. I can look at my options here. Toggle various different things. I can hook into the game. I can see what's being hooked. I can also run some scripts and tell that to run like pre-compile scripts too. So if I'm constantly trying to grab a bunch of different data, you can set that up as well. But yeah, so the inspector allows you to sit here and look at the game, and we get to see that, yes, in fact, at the HUD root, I do have my better UI stamina bar, which is what I am looking for on various things. So we're going to actually turn off game capture so you guys can see when I zoom in. But yeah, so this better UI stamina bar and the XP bar lives at the HUD root, which is up here, right? In this following path. And we saw that the HUD root itself is under HUD. So the actual HUD object, the HUD script that comes from the Valheim DLL, the root object is the HUD root game object. So if we inspect that and then we go straight here, we can see the better UI. which my code is saying if better UI is installed and we're looking at the root object, if we find this, get the component transform if that's not null. However, utils find child can return null at certain points in time. So if better UI is installed and this is null, it'll actually error out instead of doing what I want it to do, which is detect appropriately, because this will search until it finds something or it will return null. And if that returns null, then this get rect transform just won't work. So we can either do two things. To provide compatibility and attack stamina, we can check for better UI, and then we can check for that config to be on. Or we can just check and say, hey, did this come back as null? And if it comes back as null, then just don't do anything. Or the even better option is to do a transform find instead of a utils find child. Because transform find won't explode as badly. So we're going to say transform find this better UI bar here, and then we are going to say transform find get component is not null. However, we're going to move this. We're going to say transform is not null. Then we're going to paste this right here. Whoop. Actually, we don't even need that. And then we can just say instance root transform find instead of utils find child. Right? And we'll do that instead. So the root is this, and then this is this. So we're going to check for it, and then we're going to get the component instead of getting the component right away. And then we will do an else. It's going to be the stamina 2 bar root, which if we look at what that actually is, that comes out to be, is it stamina? Stamina 2 bar root becomes the stamina panel. And that's exactly what we want. So we can close this out. This should now be a lot better. And we are only going to proceed if root is not null. Right? So if for whatever reason, so if root equals null, we're just going to say return. So we don't have to worry about any of the below code, right? We're just going to leave if that automatically becomes null, right? So now we're just going to rebuild this. And better UI will exist. And if it does exist and we find that specific transform, then we're good. And we're just going to build. That should have put that in my folder. And let me double check. 8:56, which is just now. Yeah, so we're good. What's the tool called? Unity Explorer. Okay, thank. Yeah. Did I not? I thought I answered that. Did I not answer that? Hey, Cotton, how you doing, buddy? Playing some 80s music and fixing some mods, man. A little bit of code. A little bit of code. How's trucking? How's literally trucking? Oh, I did? Sweet. Okay. I'm just making sure. I didn't mean to skip it if I didn't. Because my brain answered it, you know? Sometimes I'll answer stuff in my brain and then completely forget that I've even said anything. Like, there's times where people text me and I'll do that. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, I totally answered them. And I didn't. Just drove 300 miles total today. I bet you're exhausted, dude. That's got to wear you out. I don't know if I could do that every day. Nah. It's got to wear you out. You've got to be, like, ultra tired. All right, so good news is it did not explode. We didn't have any problem, and attack stamina looks like it's doing its job, right? So now we get to try it without better UI and see if it does the same thing. Yeah, it does. It's all right though. Hey man, as long as you're getting paid and getting paid decently, then that's where it counts. All right, so we're gonna try without better UI. Where the fuck's better UI in this? Is it randomly enabled? Better UI. Yeah, it is randomly enabled. It's just chilling out here. All right, so we're going to try it without Better UI and boot it up. So now it should work just fine with or without it. And that's exactly what we want. And then Better UI, we'll just close Better UI. Oh, I can hear your voice. And this is just a quick test because Better UI doesn't live refresh. This would have been faster if it live refreshed. However, it does not. So we have to do this manually, unfortunately. Call my name. She wants to take you there. Just a small town boy. 80s music's where it's at, man. How come we can't have like good rhythmic, calming music that sounds like it's every single song in the 80s sounds like it's meant for the summer. You know? Just reminds you of good times. All right, so no errors, and we're doing just fine. And if we punch, we get our attack stamina here. You notice we're not using stamina. So I can go like this and not use the stamina, but I can fly apparently. Look at that. Just angle it just right and just yoinkers. Cool. Sweet, sweet. Starting to get to the point where I would be comfortable listening to an audiobook so that it will help. An audiobook. That would be neat. Is that just to like learn something or just to chill? But yeah, I need to update Ward is Love to use that because it looks a lot better. All right, so attack stamina is going to be getting an update here in just a minute. It looks like it works fine. I tested it with and without, fixing incompatibility with Better UI maintained. The only issue present was the custom stamina bar turned off. And then we're just going to say update for Bog, which, right. So we fixed some bugs. We did this stuff as well at the same time. Let's see, 1.0.3 build. Make sure that we're doing A-okay with that. I thought that I had the Thunderstorm folder already open. I did not. All right, 1.0.3, and then we're going to push that changed version up to the Thunderstorm. For me, both. That would be cool. An audiobook sounds awesome. I need to, I probably need to listen to some audiobooks just in general while I'm working. Because like then maybe I can get multiple things set up and done or complete. So let's go ahead and update this mod. Let's choose my name, Valheim. Attack stamina. And then we need to add the Bog Witch update to the tags. Hey, Demandred, how you doing, buddy? Thunderstorms being slow. There we go. Attack stamina. All right, so attack stamina is updated. And yes, I am intentionally saying that fucked up. I'm not stupid. I know how to say stamina. Just chilling before bed. Hey, that's the best time to hang out with me, you know? Right before bed. So I'm the last thing you think about. I do a lot of audiobooks here and there, really good TV shows lately. I think that goes for everything, like even movies. Like certain movies are starting to disappoint as well, which is getting interesting. All right, so I need to figure out what the next mod is that we should update. So I'm going to go way back here to the way back when and just start going through my mods. So here's where the part of the stream becomes fairly rapid. Okay. And that means that not all of these need to update. However, I can't have something say 7 months ago. because users are going to look at it and they're automatically going to think, oh, it's not updated. I can't use it, right? So there's some things that I need to fix and get some things going. So logo changer, technically I've already fixed. I have not updated it. It's updated a year ago. So we're going to go ahead and figure out why I haven't pushed that update yet. And I can't remember why, but we're going to take a look. Da, 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 da. Run away, turn away, run away, turn away. If you get bored of audiobooks, a lot of the old radio shows are on the Internet Archive too. Those are great to listen to. That sounds great. I've been going through the Eldricks of Melanie-Bone. What is that? That sounds interesting. It's hard to say, but it sounds interesting. All right, so I think I've updated this already. So changelog update for Bog Witch. Yeah. Did I already fix this completely? 100%. Why didn't I push this? Yeah, so I fixed this on the 4th of November. So I fixed it 2 days ago at 9:25. Let me make sure that everything's in there. Default logos, logo changer. So default logos. So Mistlands logo. Maybe I need to rebuild that because that doesn't seem right. That's probably why I never pushed the update. Default logos .zip because it was not found. Oh, okay. That's why. Default logos. .0.9. So default logos, inside of it has a folder, default logos. A thriller time. So default logo. Default logo. I think this should be right. This is probably why I never updated it, because I'm fucking stupid. All right, so nah. And we are going to send to compressed. Default logos. Now we build it. Now it should work fine. Yes? Yes. So open. Default logos. Bingo. And bingo. Okay, so logo changer is ready for an update. Logo changer is all good. So we're going to say Bog Witch update 1.1.10 and push that update. And of course, same thing. We're just going to go to the Thunderstore site, click the upload under my name and Valheim, which is what we got here. And then we go to the category. I'm going to add Bog Witch. Because if you leave this blank and you don't change anything, basically what that means is that this is adding Bog Witch to the existing tags that are already on the mod. And I don't have to update. And then we just watch the bar go fully across. Same namespace and version. Did logo changer already have? No. 1.0.9. Did it not change? It probably didn't change the manifest, did it? It did not. Okay, so that's why. So this needs to be rebuilt. I was about to say, man, that doesn't make sense. All right, cancel. Thriller time. And submit. Alrighty, time for me to go. Make sure to catch another stream. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Ortspun, thank you again for all the gifted subs and for hanging out. We are just, it's kind of boring, but it needs to get done, so I might as well use my stream time as well to kind of do that. So we've got this updated, and I'm going to push this to GitHub. So fix manifest and push that. All right. And then, so next thing, multitasking. Exactly. Might as well. All right, so we fixed logo changer. Container sizes probably needs to update. So we're going to take a look at Azu container sizes. I looked at it the other day. Here it is. Change twice in this description. Wait, what? Did I fuck up? You saying that I messed something up? Spell check issue? Where? In the description. Oh, shit. You're right. You're right. Hang on. And that actually needs to be... And this is even wrong anyways, so that's fine. In description text, you also have the word change twice. Description text. Oh, change. Ah, sweet. And the Ash... This should be Ashlands now, because theoretically, internally, it's changing the Ashlands logo. So that should be fine. Let's do a once over on the README now, because you guys got me paranoid. Changes the minute. Change.
Skill issue.
Yeah, very much so. Only works on misnames later. Ashlands logo PNG. Yep. So this is all... This should all be normal. This should all be normal, and then the README should render something like this, which is fine. Super good. All right, so we fixed that. Thanks for catching that typo. I appreciate that. I didn't even notice. Did not even notice. So this now has become 1.1, which actually, fun fact, lines up with another fucking mistake I just made, which is in the changelog. It says 1.11. So my dumbass put it to 1.1 and did not put it to 1.1 both in the code or anywhere else. So this is now 1.1, and now I've got to re-upload again. So we're going to click build here, and that should create the new zip. And found conflicts. We can fix that later, but that's really just a version problem with the fact that I'm not targeting 4.8. So version 1.1.11, and upload that. All right, mods, upload, all mods, Thunderstore. Uploads, me, 1.11 now, so Thunderstore's gonna be mad because it's the same mod within like 5 minutes, but it'll be all right.
Hey, Azimuth, guess what, brother? You got a new follow.
World Gamers, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for hanging out at the Asgardians. We're chilling. We're fixing some mods, very poorly apparently, because I can't spell, I can't type. That typo has definitely been there for a long time, and they just found it in like 2 seconds for me. So this is already proven to be beneficial that I'm streaming my code. All right, so Azu containers. I don't remember what I fixed here. Okay, I just removed some white space. So Azu container sizes. Fresh cat meat made me follow. Why did he make you follow? Why did he make you follow? Fresh Cat Meat, I appreciate you for recommending World Gamers. World Gamers, you did not have to click the follow button. You could have been like, let me check out his content. I don't know. Let me see if I even like the guy. Let me see if I even like the guy. And then maybe, just maybe. All right, so as you container sizes probably needs, it's another mod that really could be, now that I'm smarter and I'm bigger brained and stuff like that, probably could be beneficial with a recode. I might do that soon. I think I need to go through and just have like a full day of just where I recode some of my mods.
This is big brain time.
So 1.0.3, why am I already on 1.1? And that's probably because Bog Witch update. So update for Bog Witch. Save manifest 2202. So this one is correct. And we'll go ahead and push this one up. This one should be fine as well. Shouldn't have to change anything else about this. This really technically doesn't need an update, but as usual, users love when the last updated time matches a major game update. So, a bad name, yeah. Said, darling, you give love a bad name. He wants to learn, so I brought him to the best teacher. Well, feel free to ask any questions that you would like to ask. I am here. Feel free to poke my brain. No. All right, and then we're going to drop the file here. Oh, I forgot to add the Bog Witch tag. Just remind me if you guys don't mind. If I don't get that here in the next minute or two, I have to wait for it to physically show up. Any questions? Final verdict on dinner. What do you mean final verdict on dinner? Was my pizza good? My pizza was pretty good. It wasn't terrible. My nose is still stopped up. It's actually getting worse. All right, so now we're gonna scroll through. So we did container sizes. So anything that's got like stuff like this that has 1,000 downloads, it makes me not want to update it because it's been out there for 7 months and it's got 1,000 downloads. Meanwhile, the mod right next to it, 88,000. Like I have more of a inclination to update that. So simple audio options, unless someone reports it broken, I'm probably not going to update it. Manager detector, it should update at least to let people know that it exists, because some people don't even notice that stuff exists unless it is updated. So I am going to push that update, which is basically just going to be a courtesy update because it still works. Where the fuck is it? MAN manager detector is right here. All right, and then just pop it into this window. All right, and same thing. 1.0.5 changelog is just going to be the same thing here. Increment version for Bog Witch. Courtesy update to make sure you know this exists and it still works. That's basically all I'm going to put. It works just fine. I don't need to do an update on it, but people love to see the updates, love to see things pop up on their little Thunder store. And all right, so we've changed it to 1.0.5 here, 1.0.5 there. We're going to build this. And that's good. So we're going to go here and say version bump 1.0.5 and push that to my GitHub just so it's just chilling out on GitHub. And I can keep track of the fact that I actually changed it. Careful how you poke. We don't want the Azu brain broken. You're not going to break my brain. Just if you ask too many questions, I might not focus on the mod that I'm fixing, and I can definitely make some mistakes. All right, and then we're going to add Bog Witch update to this. So manager detector is good. That's uploading in the background. So amnesia, we'll take a look at it. It should work just fine.
Why is my first inclination to want to stick my finger in there?
Because it's wet and juicy. So amnesia. Gonna take a look at this. It's a dopamine rush. Gifted subs are definitely dopamine rushes. So is, of course, people seeing that their mods update, right? I don't know which one that was referring to, but I think both of them are good dopamine rushes. All right, so this one also, again, should work just fine because it's patching into code that the base game did not change, at least with this recent update. However, coding style like this, it makes it easier to read, but it's actually more of a pain in the ass because it makes the file longer unnecessarily. And theoretically, I can delete all those because I'm not actually using them. But we'll modify that. We did this, so server sync is in there. Not that it needs to be, because that's the only config is turn off day message, but people want that synchronized. So we're going to go here, 0.4, and update for Bog Witch, if I can spell witch. And 1.0.4. Also here, also there. Sweetness. So we're going to build. And just so, again, I'm not driving you guys drunk, we're selecting everything on the left-hand side here. I'm right-clicking on my Thunderstore folder. I'm opening it in the Explorer so I can just quickly get to that and upload that to Thunderstore once it's fully built, which it is. And then on the left-hand side, I check off all my files that I want to push, and I say version 1.0.4 in my change logs. As Matt mod, mod updating. Yeah. All right, and then same thing, go to the upload tab here. Because this one's already uploaded, I have to click this button again to get a fresh new little screen. Drag in Amnesia, Azamat, Valheim, and then we're going to add the Bog Witch tag. And add the Bog Witch, exactly. Which, if container sizes has hit the main page, which we'll take a look at that. It did, so it hit the main page here. So I'm just adding, I'm going to click, so as a mod author, I get a button up here called Manage Package. I'm going to click that, and then I can add Bog Witch. This is one of the few things that we can edit live, thankfully. I really wish that we could edit more. Was Amnesia supposed to be Amnesia? Saw it briefly. Yeah. So specifically, the reason why it's capitalized like that is the mod itself, when it comes morning time or something like that, when you wake up. Yeah, right here it is. Here you go. You can forget about what day it is. The day will not be shown. Get it? Amnesia. The day will not be shown when it becomes morning or when you wake up. And this was requested by Furf on Discord. So I usually make mods by request most of the time. And that's just because it always gets me a tickle in my brain. I've got it more of an itch to create than I do to maintain. So if you ask me to create you something, I will probably do that faster than I'll fix something. And that's just my own problems, right? So we fix that. I like to be annoyed. Again, if it's not broken, and it's less than like 1.2 or maybe even 2,000 downloads, I'm probably not going to update it anymore because that's just a waste of my time. If someone reports it as broken or would like to see it updated and specifically asks me to update it, then I will. Terminal checker, however, probably needs to get a courtesy update at the very least because it's still needed. People repeatedly install mods that are 2 or 3 years old before testing them, they just boot up their game and say, "Oh, it doesn't work no more," and they don't know why. So I made terminal checker to actually check for certain issues that you will have with some of those old mods. Most of those are by Adenthorn or Aidenthorn, however you want to say their name, and outdated mods that are like 2 years old at this point. So terminal checker is just going to get a courtesy update. It doesn't need it. This mod very likely will not break. So we're going to go here and say courtesy update for Bog Witch. No code changes. Mostly showing you that I still care about you, your terminal, and overall the last updated date. Boom! I'm super funny. I'm not really funny, but do that. Build. Hey man, just wanted to say thank you for the work you put and created in mods, keeping me updated. You've made Valheim a totally different and better game. Cheers. Dan, no problem. I do what I can. Terminal checker is nice to have, especially on an
The inner
open mod server.
machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Or an enigma. I love that sound. Except for that last little part. That sounds weird. But yeah, so 2.0.1 is nice and updated. So version 2.0.1. Push that up to GitHub. Nothing really to see here other than that. So GitHub gets to see that. We get to see that there's really no code changes. But again, people love seeing that little update symbol. And they love being able to see that their mod is being maintained. So Bogwitch update, same thing. Terminal checkers updating in the background. As you map details, I really want to rewrite this mod. As far as I know, it doesn't break, but we'll take a look. Actually, I'm gonna fucking skip. I'm gonna skip that mod because I really do want to rewrite that. It needs to be. This is probably my worst performing mod out there. This will cause stutters. I think I even state this in the description that it's a shitty fucking mod. Well, no, not in this description. Maybe in a mod pack description. Anyway, Biomes bitch is going to need an update, which is Biomes Observer. So we're going to take a look at that. We are going to update that one because I think that one might actually need a physical update. Biome PvP. That's this right here, Biome PvP. This is a mod I never got to release. I made it in 2023. I never got to release that because the people that asked for it no longer wanted it. They threw it out the window. And basically it's where PvP for your player gets turned on per specific biome. And at the time, I think they wanted Black Forest and Plains, I think, is when it just automatically turns on. So then like it's biome-based PvP. However, people started using either Ward is Love to turn on PvP for like specific areas, or they started using Marketplace, which I find is so weird. But Marketplace has the ability to do a shitload of stuff. It's kind of like the Valheim Plus-ish mod, where it literally just does everything for no reason. When there's like a bunch of smaller shit that can do the same stuff. All right, y'all. I'm gonna chug the last bit of this drink, and then I'm gonna actually have to use the restroom. I'll be back. So we're going to do here, and we're gonna say courtesy update for Bog Witch. Just bumping version and updating the last updated date. Nothing to see here, and that's basically what we're gonna do here. So this is now up to 5. And we're going to take a look at some of the patches. We are going to physically download Biome Observer and see if it fails when we boot the game up. It shouldn't, but just a quick, very, very quick test because the player add known biome, this specific method in the base game, player add known biome, was not changed. So this should just work. I like Valheim Plus starting out. When it started conflicting with everything, I got rid of it. I hate that G-Portal keeps it by default. G-Portal actually recently changed that, specifically because Valheim Plus was broken when the official devs were still maintaining it. Valheim Plus was broken for like a month or something, a month and a half. And they had to pivot really fast if they wanted to keep the Valheim people paying for their servers. So basically what they did is made it optional now to choose. So courtesy update for the Bog Witch. Again, right click, open in Explorer, so we get that nice little folder that I can easily update to Thunderstore. All of my processes, if you guys are wondering how I'm immediately getting those zips, all my processes are automated. So like this PowerShell script here updates my manifest that's within my project. That is run on a after build. And then I have my environment props here that go through and search all my folders for my references and things like that. But then also in the actual CS proj file, I've got a lot of stuff. I'll zoom in on it here. But I've got a lot of stuff that's like makes Thunderstore package, make Nexus package, so on. And it updates the manifest. It copies the output DLL, it copies the to TS folder, things like that. And it all gets the assembly version. Then it goes and copies it. Then it copies the README to the Thunderstore folder, so on. It does everything for me in the background. So I don't have to do whole much anymore. The only additional thing that I will potentially automate soon is automatically uploading to Thunderstore, so I don't have to worry about it. The downside to that is I can't add the tags until after, or I have to change my script every single time a new tag is needed, and sometimes that's not feasible per mod. So anyway, we're going to do a quick little biome observer test, and then I need to use the bathroom. I'm going to check on my wife and stuff, so that's going to be about 10 minutes. So take a 10-minute break, listen to this music, chill, play your game, beat your meat if you want to, flick the bean. I don't care. You do you. We'll be back here in just a minute. So meadows popped up. We are going to go, let's see, we'll go to mountains. This should automatically pop up. Black forest. Mountains, cool. Go back to Black Forest. And then meadows. Sweet. All right, so the mod does literally exactly what we want to. Is that every single time that you hit a new biome, it tells you, hey, it's a biome. Cool. And people wanted that instead of it only showing one time. So we're going to do a quick build on this. We've got 1.0.5. We saw it just update here. Again, select the files on the left-hand side. Version 1.0.5. Bog Witch. And we're just going to push that. Push. Go to the upload tab here. And Valheim, Bog Witch, and submit. All right, y'all. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to check on my wife, as I said, and then I will be back. I'm going to also grab an actual water. I need to get up. I've been sitting at my computer most of the day today. So I need to get up. I need to stretch my legs and whatnot. So love me some Factorio. Exactly. I have never played Factorio. I know you're going to grill me for that, but anyway, the mod that we're going to be fixing when we get back, is probably going to be Faction Assigner and Evil Spirit Katana. Daedric set, I actually have a plan for Daedric set. Part of it is fixing the way the textures look, and the other part is actually going to be a new, like the actual Daedric armor. I have that asset. I have it. I just haven't used it because I want to rework all the weapons. However, I might just update it without that armor, because I know I pushed like a test version of that armor. I think in one of the recent updates. Yeah, you guys might not even know it's in there, but it's supposed to be in there somewhere. But yeah, so Daedric set is there. I may or may not update that tonight. Yes, it's the Daedric set from Skyrim. Yep. Same weapons. It's got the swords, the daggers, the axe, basically anything that I could get my hands on for a model from that game that's not the official model, so I don't get copyrighted. Those are in there. So yeah, the armor has also been formatted to fit the Valheim player, and a few other things. So I've got that, and you know, I really want to rework those assets, but I don't remember which Unity project it's in. So that's going to be the problem, and that's part of the problem with some of these mods is I don't remember where like I stored some of it. Anyway, we're gonna update probably Evil Spirit Katana, Faction Assigner, and Hearthy Food, and then we're gonna continue up here. As far as your Azu map details portion, again, it's a shitty mod. Cartoon. It's a shitty mod. It causes some performance problems. I really want to rewrite that. That's the only reason I'm not updating it today. I want to basically rewrite it from scratch, and try and use a little bit more performant methods in order to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish here. So unfortunately, you're probably not gonna see that update tonight. But we updated biomes, bitch. I probably should just refresh this page, to be honest with you, because those, yeah. So it repositioned everything, so we now are able to see some of the next mods that I might need to update, go through. So we're gonna go through all these as fast as we possibly can. Again, we're gonna be just like speeding through when I get back, because I'll have a little bit more brain power and some water, and I will have stretched. I will have taken the break. Never had any issues in the past with performance, but I do get the direction you want to take it. So performance is like some FPS loss. If your machine is beefy, it probably doesn't have any problem for you. It mostly is a problem for the low end PCs. Geek Dice, 3 months at tier 1. Thank you for being an Asgardian for 3 months, and specifically one that is available for us and is a friend of us in Valhalla. Geek Dice, thank you so much for the fist bumps and the 3 months. I appreciate you very much. If you were not here 5 seconds ago, I was saying I was about to take a 10-minute break to use the bathroom, check on my wife, and do some things. We've been going live for about 3 hours now. Maybe, well, sorry, 2.5 hours with no break. So I'm going to go ahead and take that break, check on her, make sure she's okay. And then we're going to be going through these mods here as we go. We're skipping Azu map details, potentially Daedric set, because I have some things in mind for those. Evil Spirit Katana's probably just going to get a quick little updater. Faction Assigner is also going to get a quick little update. Hearthy Food, probably going to skip it. Hello, Norger. How are you? Hearthy Food, probably going to skip, because as I said, anything less than like 2,000 downloads, I'm going to quit doing courtesy updates, because it takes like 5 minutes to do it and it's not worth my time. So unless someone reports it and says, hey, please update, or hey, it's broken, or anything like that, I'm just going to start skipping those. And if I don't hear anything for a long time, I'm going to start deprecating them. I've deprecated 2 this time around already, and that's just because I really haven't heard anything from anybody about if they're broken or anything about those mods in a while for like new features or anything like that. So most of the time, I'm just going to deprecate them. Anyway, we will do Evil Spirit Katana, Faction Assigner, instant rune text. We'll probably update lightsabers, because someone did mention that they wanted a quick little update to it. And then we'll proceed from there. We'll go through. So that's kind of the plan for now. I'm going to be gone for about 10 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom, check on my wife. So hang out, listen to some music, and I don't know, play a game or something. Do something cool. You know what I mean? All right, y'all. I'll be back soon. Okay? Alrighty, y'all. Probably just a few seconds or so late, but we are back. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's get rolling here. So first thing that we want to update is Evil Spirit Katana. I'm gonna take a swig out of this new drink that my wife got. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna give it a shot. I think I've had one of these before. Ooh, that's sweet. Tastes like almost pure sugar. Anyway, Evil Spirit Katana. Let's go for it. Let's give that a little quick updatey poo. Evil Spirit Katana. All right, and this requires a item manager update. So I'm just going to get this from my all manager mod template, because I think that this one uses the default localizations. It does. So booyah, we'll grab it from here. We will update the item manager here, which should fix the issue, and it looks like it does. So version handshake doesn't need anything. The plugin, of course, version needs to be incremented, so we're going to increment that version. Server sync might need an update, so we're going to go to my libs folder, grab the newer version of server sync, and I'm just going to paste over it. Looks like it didn't need an update, but whatever, it's all good. And then, of course, changelog 1.0.9. Update item manager internally. Cool. So we did that. That's updated. There's no patches to this one. This one's just assets that get patched in the game. So it should be fine. Shouldn't need a change. Game path managed. So this now is actually the core lib path as well. So we're going to fix that. Weaponex pack libs. Cool. I'll repack targets. This actually should be libs server sync, and then make sure that server sync is copy always. Cool. So server sync's set to copy always. Manifest JSON is targeting the right thing. And then we are, of course, same shit, different toilet. We are going to right click on my Thunderstore folder, open it in the Explorer so I can get a quick zip as soon as this is done building. And it updated my version, and we've also got that in our zip file. So we are now on version 1.0.9 log which update, and push that. Bow, chicka, bow, wow. And again, this one is just like a simple asset, simple item manager update. So really should not need any kind of testing. It should work just fine, because nothing about the assets physically changed. Nothing about the item script necessarily changed. So we also need to use faction assigner. This one's also going to be another courtesy bump, because it shouldn't need anything additional, right? So faction assigner is 3. Actually, no, this one might need an additional, because we have the character factions here. This was just like the default characters in the game. I had a debug something somewhere with my code zoomed in as far as this, like, so it probably looks normal for you guys. For me, this is super zoomed in to compared to what I normally do. Where did I put right config file from source? I thought I had something in here that would automatically create the YAML file for me. Ay, 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 ay. No, because then it makes it harder for you guys to see. I thought I had something in here for like specifically when I debug build it. Maybe not. Ordered factions. All right, and that's from the YAML. All right, so this one should work just fine. Just simply glancing at the code. And we'll say Bogwitch. And I don't necessarily need to update the YAML because it will automatically be there for other people. However, it would be nice to have like the new creatures in here. I love the double tap to dodge remake. Just tap to dodge any direction. Yeah, you mean, so mine is like double tap dodge, and then there's something, matter of fact, I think it's right here. So quick tap dodge. Mine is quick tap dodge. But there's a double tap or something like that, and that's basically what mine is. But they made it a single key instead of just something else, and I was like, it's basically the same thing. But I don't really care. Yeah. Thank you for updating Ward a bit, but you don't have to give me biddies to say thank you, but I appreciate that. No problem. It's my pleasure for updating it for you. I'm sorry it took so long. I had to find the root cause. And I thought it was Unity because it was really messing up in Unity, but it turns out it was like just a small coding mistake that I programmed my way out of. And it's really just because of the order of how I was grabbing things. So no worries. Hey, dude, seriously, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I really appreciate that. You did not have to, but thank you, senor. Yeah, I had done a remake of Double Tap, then talked to you, and you made a quick tap dodge. Hence the okay. Yeah. I don't remember conversations like that, to be honest with you. Nice. I need something that keeps it one keybind and not two buttons. Two buttons. Vanilla kills my fingers. So my version is where you like double tap like the directional key and you'll dodge, and then someone else made one where you just push a key and it instantly dodges in whatever direction you're facing, I think. I forget how that specific one works. But anyway, this one should work just fine. We're going to do the same thing. And get this working, you know? And I really thought that I had something that would populate my YAML file for me. I thought I specifically made that. Character found in YAML. Sorted factions. And sorted factions comes from character factions. Character factions. Oh, it's right here. So let's output this. Let's actually output this to my profile here. It should be this. This should give us what we're looking for. Environment props. We are going to change the copy DLL path to this test folder real fast. This should print everything out, and then I should be able to just parse it out, and it should be fine. So that updated the version for us. This should actually be 2202, which is the current version of Bepinex. And then we'll rebuild that just so the zip is nice and fine. And we are going to grab the information that gets printed out, and that comes from player awake So this will be at the...
Sorry, the demon you're summoning is unavailable. Your ritual is important to us. Please hold while we connect you to the next available Servant of Darkness.
That's fucking awesome. Tank Hunter, good day, Azmat. Quick random question for you, mate. What do you think of a horse mod? I know there's a couple out there. Most seem to have one bug or the other, and I found one that works. Seems to be none found or 50 horses spawn. Are you talking about Odin Horse? That sounds like the bug that's in Odin Horse. You're saying like for me to make one? Is that what you're saying? Oh fuck! Do I log this as debug? No, I log this as info. What the fuck? Oh, I know why. I know why. Faction assigner. Log faction info on, and then we are going to boink, and that logs all this handy dandy information here. So we're going to grab this. We are going to copy that, and we are going to go back to my faction assigner YAML file here. So this has got wolf cub and all this stuff. As you can see, this needs to be separated by a colon and so on and so on. We're actually going to go highlight paste. And we are going to go here. We're going to say replace with nothing. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we are going to do this here. So this and faction. So this really is only going to get a couple of these, but we're going to hit replace all. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Undo. My bad. I don't want to replace the actual word faction. I want to replace everything but the semicolon. So replace all. Bingo. And then, so for the additional space, say replace all here. And we're just going to do a quick format on this file, which should automatically grab this. So we're going to say faction is now going to be replaced with nothing. And then again, format the file here. So this should be okay. So this added in. So this added in Vulture. It changed training dummy to undead. However, it added it up here. So really, it just added a new one. We've got the new staff, the new Morgan, the new whatever, and it looks like it deleted a Seeker Brute, and it now calls it the Seeker Brute down here. But we get all of the stuff. So it's automatically populated for me. So when you guys actually update the mod and whatnot, this will automatically populate for you with the new stuffs. Even the Bog Witch broom is right here. So sweetness. Let's see. Odin Horse. I couldn't get to work. Wild Horses by Cookie Milk is the one that seems to work for me. And I was more asking what your thoughts are about having horses in Valheim. Although if the answer is positive, I guess it is even on your radar. You already have so many mods. Horses in Valheim, they're good. They're okay. I don't really see the need, because almost every single person that has made a horse mod does not downscale the textures, so they just look shitty. They look like they stand out. And I don't know. I mean, horses are great, but all it does is speed you up, right? And you can get speed from enchantments from Epic Loot or from jewels from jewel crafting, and you're kind of the same. You're the equivalent, or you can just teleport. So personally, I don't see the need, in at least in a modded sense. I don't see the need for horses. In the base game without mods, yes. I just find that there's so many other things that you can do to like circumvent what the horse gives you that I just don't see the need. All right, so we updated our file. With the fire. Yeet yourself with a catapult and a feather cape. I've never done that, but that sounds like a viable solution, yeah. 1.0.3, version 1.0.3. Update for Bog Witch. And we're going to push that to GitHub. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the horse thing. Not to say that, like, you know, some people definitely enjoy that, but I personally don't. I don't see a need, to be perfectly honest with you. So almost fucked up. Almost fucked up. Let's see. Fix change log version. The changelog would have said 1.0.2 twice. Okay, so faction assigner is ready to go. Valheim, Bog Witch, and faction assigner. Cool. Cheers, Hazmat. Yeah, I would love to see Valheim actually add them in the base game, but we will see. Always like getting my input. Yeah, it's just because there's so many other things that you can do to kind of circumvent any benefit that those come with, that I don't see the need to load those mods. Plus, personally, I don't recommend any of Cookie's mods because Cookie doesn't actually maintain Cookie's mods. ChatGPT or KG maintains Cookie's mods, because 90% of that base code that's in there came from me or KG, and then everything else that's come after has either come from KG, ChatGPT, and overall is basically just a Unity change, and anybody can do the Unity changes. Granted, some of them are pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. Some of them are pretty cool, but they don't code their own mods. They can't code a single line by themselves, unless that's changed in like 6 months. But all of their code is obfuscated for no reason. They until recently, until I got chewed out in the Valheim official Discord, they didn't have anything on their wiki for the actual mod. So like when you go to the mod here, when you go to the mod on the website right here, like you have a wiki tab, and mine's not populated, but they didn't have any information there. And their README, instead of having like a description with a Discord and all this stuff, they literally have, let me just pull up one of them. I might as well, right? But they have stuff like this on every single mod. I'll click the top 3 that are right here. Every single mod is join my Discord. Next one, join my Discord. Next one, join my Discord. Or click this sketchy link right here that takes you to my website. Until recently, the wiki was not populated. But now that I bitched them out and basically said that their mods are, you know, their mod source is not available. They also, if you download it and you look at the mod source, it's obfuscated. So they're intentionally hiding their code from you. They intentionally told the Thunderstore staff to block from showing their source code. And they originally, before again, that conversation, they would direct you only to their Discord or to their personal website. And to me, that's just sketchy behavior. I don't like that, but I called him out on it and I got chewed out. And then I'm the one that got in trouble in the Valheim official Discord, and I'm the one that got attacked, more or less, simply because 90% of these mods are either based in my code or based in KG's code. So I just find it funny. Overall, I can sit here and rant. I'm not going to rant. I'm not supposed to talk about Cookie, and I'm supposed to leave Cookie alone. And theoretically, I am. I'm just informing you of why I don't recommend using Cookie's mods. Yeah, that's the only reason. That's the only reason I don't recommend. Basically, if you want to use them, you like them, use them. Use them. All good. Points hazmat. People suck, but yeah, I'll eat the horse is free. Appreciate the feedback. Horses are nice to see and make a barn and have as a pet. Local rides around the base. But with all things get stuck on or they're so strong they flee at everything. Yep. Thoughts on Solordis / Ready to Die mods? I personally have never used them. Solordis is a good person. I think they're a little moody. That's the only thing, is they deprecate their mods and then re-upload them and then deprecate them again and then re-upload them and deprecate them again and re-upload them. So it's a back and forth. Are the mods good? I don't know. I've never used them. I've heard that the assets are good. But I've also seen a lot of questions from Solordis that attribute to the fact that he doesn't know how to code. So I can't speak on any of that other than what I've seen. And again, Solordis seems like a good person. Like, it's another one of those that if you want to use the mods, use them. Just, you're going to be taking on the risks of someone who doesn't really know code like the back of their hand, or someone who doesn't understand what they're doing outside of Unity, other than like loading things in. So if you have a bug that they can't fix in Unity, sometimes that comes out to be they don't fix it or they pay someone to fix it. So you use them at your own risk. Use them if you want to. And that goes even for my mods. Use them at your own risk. Use them if you want to. But most of my code is available to be seen. The only mod that I obfuscate is the anti-cheat, and that's just to make it harder for people to understand what it's doing. You can still decompile it and still look at the code. Anyone know if Magic Mike is all right? Used to be in his Discord quite a bit, then suddenly disappeared. As far as I know, he's left modding entirely. But he deprecated all of his mods. He's gone. And if I'm not mistaken, he deleted the Discord. But again, that's all hearsay. I don't particularly know. I think my vocab and thought process sucks because I haven't got ChatGPT to make me something that works in the game. It's probably just because you're not asking targeted questions well enough. I mean, ChatGPT at this point probably has enough knowledge on harmony patching and coding and stuff like that, because I know that people like Cookie and people like Comet or whatever use ChatGPT religiously. So does Nintendo Fingers. And they very frequently brag like ChatGPT gave me this code that works. And how long it took them to get there, no one knows. Not the person, too much drama. I meant the mods themselves. Oh, Eightless, I don't know. I've never used them. Yeah, as I stated, I've never used them. I won't speak on that. Well, you aren't saying this. I am. I trust you, man. You interact with us. You always reply. Yeah, well, I try, Tank. I try. I see. Thanks for the info. Yeah, and that's best. That's the best thing that I can say is, you know, for Solordis' mods, I've never personally used them. A few of Cookie's mods I've used only because we used them on the Smooth Brain Plus server at one point when Cookie was still a part of Odin Plus. So I can speak on a lot of those, and I can also speak on like a lot of the code that's internal on those mods, because 90% of it is mine or KG's code. Whether they've taken it from KG or taken it from me, or we wrote it specifically for them. So like the entire mount manager that's inside of Cookie's mounts mods, that was written, base code of it was written by KG in one of KG's mods. He pulled it out, gave a little bit to Cookie, and then Cookie asked me to make it into a manager. So we made it into a manager that allows them to quickly add a few things. So like stuff like that is in Cookie's mods. And then of course KG like added more features and so on, so on. It takes me a long time of Googling and piecemealing some code to fit Valheim. I think if you keep doing that, Norger, and this is going to be like an honest thing to you, is that if you keep doing that, you're probably going to get more confused. You need to look at some of the stuff that exists like on other people's GitHub and take a look at it. Like, so one of the things that you sent me the other day that was regarding server sync, let's say, and not to put you on like crazy blast or anything like that, but it's a thing that you can go and not only look at my templates, but you can also look at any of my mods and they're all there. Like here config sync, blah, 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 blah. Here is the save on config set stuff, you know, for like server sync, right? It's all here, server config locked. You scroll down and you can take a look at every single thing that deals with every single manager, at least in this template. And then you can see like, here's where I created my config option and here's where I created the wrappers for those. And those wrappers, really, the only thing that I use them for is sync with server or not sync with server, because that's not in the base server sync code, right? And that's just like, if you rely so much on like ChatGPT, you're going to get confused because ChatGPT unfortunately learns from people. And I said this earlier in the stream, but it learns from people that ask a question that they don't actually know what they're asking for. And so therefore it gives them an answer that ChatGPT is like, well, this is your answer for what you're asking for right now. But then you come back and you say, oh, it doesn't work. This doesn't work for what I'm trying to do. And if you're not like super explicit, the AI is going to think that the answer that they just gave you is wrong, when theoretically for the initial question, it was probably right. But then it learns that that was probably wrong. And then it gives you a subset of another question. And then if you sit there and spend 3 hours with it, asking questions, and it boils down to something that's like 3 lines of code or 1 file, right? It's going to then suggest that once you say that that works, it's going to then suggest that to the next person that might have a similar question, but a different use case. And that's where AI, it inherently is a flaw. It's learning from the people that aren't in need of learning things in the correct way. And that's because most of the time they're going to ask it a bazillion questions until they get something that works, whether it looks good, whether it's best practice, whether it's all that stuff. It doesn't matter. They're not going to end up with that. As long as it works, they send it, they ship it, right? It doesn't matter if that code's running every single frame. It doesn't matter if that code's doing, you know, things repeatedly and calculating things repeatedly. As long as it works, it's fine. And that's what a lot of people are okay with. And unfortunately, the AI is learning and training off of that data. And that's the data that it's going to give you. That's the answers that it's going to give you instead of something that's performant or best practice. And that's usually, and unfortunately, a consequence of the fact that someone who knows their stuff probably isn't going to ask those questions to be able to fix the AI to say, oh, this is what you're actually meaning. This is what you need to do. Are you sure that GPT is training off of user conversations? Am I sure about it? Fairly certain. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's in their documentation, is that like you can go to ChatGPT right now and say, and just ask it this question. Just ask it this question. What do you know about me that you and I have... Actually, let's rephrase this. What do you know about me based on the conversations that we've had? And what have you learned to train your model based on our conversations? And see what it comes back with. And most of the time, that'll come back with, oh, I know your name. I know that you are... Let's say if I was to ask it, it'd be like, I know your name. I know you're a mod developer. I know you do this, and I know you do that. I don't have memory in this chat, so I can only remember what we've talked about during our ongoing session. Not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. You can, and I promise you that there is a reason why there is a blurb that says, do not put sensitive information into ChatGPT. The reason is have you ever inputted anything and it says memory updated? It remembers things about you and your sessions, plural, not just one. Right, there's a learning feature. Yeah, you could disable the memory feature. Well, it's on by default. I was unaware that you're asking about the fact that, yeah, I've disabled it. So the answer is yes, out of the box, yes. It remembers anything and everything it possibly can about your conversations. However, even though you have that toggle off, I still highly, highly, highly recommend you never put anything sensitive in there. And I promise you trust people that much, especially an AI model. I don't. That's kind of the point. It does. Yeah, it's kind of the point. Yeah, okay. Yeah. YouTube. I run Thursday stuff too, like wizardry early game. Thursday is also one of those people that is a Unity person and not really a code person. 90% of Thursday's stuff, again, is also code either from me, KG, or someone else. Or, and Thursday's better about not asking ChatGPT, but usually he'll ask ChatGPT if he gets stuck. And then he comes to someone like me or KG or someone and says, hey, I need a little bit of help. This is what ChatGPT spit out. Does this work? And Norger does that too. Norger will come and say, hey, look, this is what I got so far. Does this make sense? And those people set you apart from the people that just blatantly ask ChatGPT. Let's see. Eightless. I don't train or learn based on individual user conversations. I am designed to maintain user privacy by limiting what I retain between conversations. For your ongoing projects, I remember relevant context within our current chat session and across conversations temporarily if you have ongoing questions or preferences. And then it gave me a 2-sentence thing about what I've asked it in the past. Let's see. It does. So even though it's in the context in there in the fine print that it does maintain temporarily information cross conversation. So you don't know how long temporarily is. That could be a year. So yeah, that's a good guideline. If it's free, you are the product. Exactly. They are selling that information. 100%. Guarantee you. Why are you spamming me with mod updates? Just kidding. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. Honestly, I'm doing it slowly. Thursday says it himself all the time. Yep. Just like I did with my mod. And don't get me wrong, like you could definitely use ChatGPT to make mods. 100%. 100%. Like you can ask it as long as you ask it very specific questions or you give it enough code, it will write a mod for you in a heartbeat. The problem is you still have to know how to set up that coding project. And here, I'm just going to go full face. You still have to know how to set up that coding project. You still have to know how to set up all the back end stuff. And most of that's just references and referencing and clicking files. I've got templates for all that. So most people use the templates. GPT could be useful, but you're totally right that if you ask it the wrong thing, it will point you in the wrong direction. But there's plenty of ways to use them effectively. Yes, if you ask it...
Yeah, this is big brain time.
If you ask ChatGPT very targeted questions, or you say, hey, here's a snippet of code. I'm confused about this specific part. Please rationalize a solution. And while you're thinking about that solution, before you give me the solution, think about how simple you can make it and explain it to me as a 5-year-old. Do stuff like that. Ask questions like that. And then it will explain stuff. And if it still doesn't make sense to you, then you probably asked it incorrectly. You need to ask it more targeted, more structured questions. And I just went, but no, I mean, build stuff in Unity and then come to you guys for code. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. There's a reason why we make the managers that we make. There's a reason why we make the code that we make. And there's a reason why some of the code that we have is not only available to be seen, but also licensed for you guys to be able to use, right? And the reason for that is because we don't expect everyone to know everything. I'm lucky enough that I know a little bit of Unity and I know a lot of code. If it was the other way around, then I would be doing the same thing. I'd be asking for the smarter brains to make mods for me, to basically code it into the game for me. Or again, I'm one of those people that's going to sit there and learn. I'm going to sit there and grind through and figure out what I need to do to learn that skill. I mean, there is a reason why I ripped Windows search out of my registry files. Yeah, I wouldn't make a full mod, more like a specific method that does help. It can also, so fun fact, ChatGPT can also help you with specific patches as well. So if you're like, hey, this is the base game method, I want to do this with Harmony X or with Beppin X, it should help you. As long as you're that specific, it should help you. Especially now that I think ChatGPT just upgraded to where it can search the web. So you can actually ask it, hey, search the documentation for Beppin X and Harmony X to help me write a patch to this code to perform this goal. This is what I want. Please patch it. Tell me what I can do, right? And it should spit out decent code for you. I feed ChatGPT some Python errors that I get thrown at that are too long and alien for me to process just looking at it for great results. Sorry I sent you down this rabbit hole. No, dude, you're fine. I like talking about stuff like this. I just hope that I don't piss off people when I refer to things. So, because I'm not always right. By all means, I do not claim to be the biggest brain in the room. I never will claim to be that. There's always someone smarter than me. Always. My goal in life is to consistently keep learning and consistently keep getting better. I love to learn. I love to learn new skills. So as much as I can possibly learn and the better I can improve myself, as long as I'm consistently improving, I don't care. As long as I'm making progress. I like code. I don't like Unity. Most people are like that. Yeah. My Windows 10 basically runs like XP at this point, stripped down to almost nothing. That's scary, but probably runs super performant. I personally like Unity. Used it years ago when it first came out, made a 3D mall concept. Wish it would have followed through with it. So Unity for me was way easier to learn, and way easier to even pick up, right, than Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine took me like 3 weeks, and I still felt clueless. Unity, you can pick it up in like 2 days, and you're pretty much an expert. You can watch like 2 tutorials, and you're done. Like, that's it. As long as you understand the basic concepts, you're good. Oh yeah, interesting. My latest knowledge update is from October 2023, which includes most of the current factual and general information as of that date. Since then, OpenAI has added several functionalities to ChatGPT, including image generation, advanced coding support, browsing for real-time information, and file uploads to assist with analysis and project-specific needs. Nice. Yeah, and I think that's a recent update as of like a month ago, 2 months ago. Is when you're able to literally search the web. But yeah, let's play some music. I'm going on a rant. Paradise City. Oh, such a good song. Take me down to Paradise City where the grass is green and the bitches are pretty. Right now we're gonna fix up. So I'm not fixing up all of the mods. Most of them are going to be just like courtesy updates to make sure that people know about them. And that I care and that I give a shit. Take me down where the code is green and the errors are pretty. Exactly. Final Fantasy Night is done. I'm back. Going to play some No Man's Sky. Awesome. So yeah, so like instant rune text is probably going to be next. Lightsabers next. Majestic button. Apparently, oh, Jesus Christ. There's 32,000 people. So Majestic asked me for this mod, and there's 32,000 people that downloaded it. I didn't expect that to be that popular, to be honest with you. But yeah, so we're going to fix up instant rune text, and we're going to fix up lightsabers really fast. So instant rune text probably doesn't need to be updated, but we're just going to bump the version and send it out. And then, of course, we're going to go on the upload page, so it's faster for me. I'm going to go ahead and select my name and select Valheim and then select Bog Witch update. I wish I could like default what I want to do. So I said instant rune text, right? So we're going to go to instant rune text first, which is right here. If I remember correctly, you can access Expedition. Okay. When you tinker with this stuff from the beginning, it's not that hard. And besides, I need to run. Lean, I have a potato and I need to be able to stream, and modding and Nobra is annoying. And I don't have the energy to jump through the hoops it requires. Hang on. I'm not fully understanding that. When you tinker with this stuff from the beginning, it is not that hard. And besides, I need it to run lean. Oh, need it to run lean. I read that so wrong in my brain for some reason. I have a potato and I need to be able to stream, and modding in Nobara is annoying, and I don't have the energy to jump through the hoops it requires. I understand. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I got that. I had to reread that. Yes, but not the rewards. I want that shit. Well, technically, there's a tool that lets you enable Twitch rewards. Have to jump through some hoops, but it's possible. Twitch and Expedition. Oh, that's neat. All right, so instant rune text is going to get just a quick little version bump. Text viewer, show text, animator speed, all that good stuff. This mod should theoretically need no updates, but we're just going to force it. And 1.0.4. And Bog Witch. Boom, boom. And Thunderstore, we're going to grab that folder. And then we're just going to build this solution here. All right, and 1.0.3 is good with that. And again, this one has one patch to the game. It really doesn't need an update, but people, again, love seeing that little nice update. Like, hey, you cared to look at my mod. You cared to recompile it for the latest version. But I know for a fact, so I track the changes that Valheim makes. Can I explain the patch? Yeah, sure. So you're saying the patch itself? Do you want to know the structure? Do you want to know how it works and why it works? What exactly do you want me to explain about it? I can explain everything if you want to. What's the goal of the mod? So the goal of the mod, when you view the, let's see this here. Let me go back to the page here. Let me go back to my page. Let me see if I can catch it before it updates to Thunderstore. I don't think I did. It's already gone, so it should be on page 1 now. It's not. What the fuck? Maybe page 4? No, it already moved it. It already moved it, but it won't actually update here. Let me just search it. Instant. There we go. Okay, so you know these runestones that are in the base? It's bigger the other way. You know these runestones right here that are in the base game? These runestones are essentially, you walk up to them, and after like 5 seconds or so, it unscrambles the text, and then it tells you what the text says. Well, that specific thing is actually an animation. So all I did was I make that animation play super fast. So it goes and it's boom, it's there. It doesn't scramble and then pop up. It now literally just goes boom and it's right there. And so specifically, I filter based off of if it's a runestone. And then I make sure that the local player is not null, which basically means I don't want this to run on a server for any reason. That's all this check is. Local player is always empty on a server. Always empty on a server. So it's basically speeding up that animation so fast that it just instantly plays. So you don't have to worry about it. And so what that's doing, the base game is actually, if it's a rune, it's saying, here's the topic, here's the text. Runestone text is translating to English. And then it sets the bool to visible on the animator. The animator itself, if we scroll through, if it is visible, right, this is a tag. If we go to late update, you can see that it's doing this, and it auto hides it if you're a distance or if you're in showtime. The only thing I did was say, play that animation super fast and not give a flying fuck. And I actually, in my comments, I actually say that. So I said fuck it and made it fast as shit. But all this is doing is there is a text viewer component in the base game, right? So text viewer component in the base game. There is a method on the text viewer component called show text. I want to patch that. That's all this is doing. That's all this line means, right? Type of text viewer, specific method, so text viewer, show text, static class, and then prefix. So I want my code to run before the vanilla code, which is a prefix. If I wanted it to run after, it would be a postfix. If I wanted to inject code into the IL instructions, it would be a transpiler, if I can spell. There we go, transpiler. However, I'm running it on a prefix and I'm saying, hey, before you run any of this code, just set the animator speed to be super fucking quick. That way, when you run the code, it plays that animation super fast and then the vanilla code runs as is. So the text viewer instance here, this is a Harmony thing. You do underscore instance to get the active running text viewer, which I then use down here. The style, which is being passed into the show text. If we look at it, text viewer style, topic, text ID, and auto hide. That is being passed into this method. I can get any of the variables that are being passed in and use them as I see fit. And I can do that in prefix. Keep in mind, if you run something before a method happens, if it creates something like, let's say this topic variable, right? If it creates that variable, if this literally said like var topic or something like that, and it created it, and I try to access it in my patch, because mine runs beforehand, it doesn't know what that is. So you have to figure out how to get that stuff to run. So Harmony patches are very simple. If you have Rider, JetBrains Rider, which is the IDE that I'm using, the IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. All that is you can choose Rider, you can choose Visual Studio Community. If you're writing in Python, you'd have something like PyStorm. Various different things, but basically JetBrains Rider gives you the ability to create live templates. So if I wanted to create a postfix, I'd do harm post, and you can see these right here. These right here, like if I do this, I have a harm pre and a harm post. These are shortcuts. These are considered live templates. So if I wanted to do another prefix patch, I can go here and I can double click this and I can say, let's see, text viewer, right? And you can see it auto populating. I hit tab and tab will take me over here. And then I can say awake, right? So awake is the Unity event. And then I've got mine set up to rename it exactly how this is. And I can hit tab. Right here, it's already predefined all of this. It's got the instance. The awake doesn't do anything. But live templates are fantastic. You can create anything that you want to that basically live updates your text messages, or types for you, or allows you to tab through things. I've got it for my readmes. I've got it for making a literal mod. I've got it for all kinds of different things. So yeah, hey Border, how you doing? Durfman, sorry, I just got the ward is love mod. I'm having trouble turning on the ward. Is biome message handled by this class? Biome messages are not. Biome messages are handled by the message HUD, I believe, if I recall correctly. So text viewer, like if we go to show text here, we can see that text viewer handles the rune text, the intro text, and the bird text. So that is the intro text when you're flying in. That is when you talk to the bird, and that is when you interact with one of the runes. That's what handles this. So all I did was say prefix. Before that code runs, run my code, which sets the animator to be super quick, which makes that instantaneous. And you don't have to sit there and wait for the letters to unscramble. You can instantly read it. So to avoid conflicts, make your item sets prefabs have unique names like Barsanti, Poison. Yeah, so a lot of my prefabs are either unique and I don't think anyone's going to use them, or I prefix them with Azu, just to make sure that no one has, like no one really is going to have Azu out there. You hate transpilers? Me too, man. I mean, if I want my smelter to use vanilla ingots, for example. So if you want your smelter to use vanilla ingots, I'm gonna show you something. So smelters have a script on them, literally called smelter, right? This is the vanilla script. I usually type out the script that I'm targeting, and then I'll hit the middle mouse click, which takes me to that specific script in the base game. You can see that it's got item drops, fuel item, right? It's got the switch. It's got all this stuff in here. And when you go and use your item on it, like is item allowed? Right? This is the method. It's searching for anything in the conversion, smelter item conversion, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you wanted to add something of your own to a smelter that might not already exist, for instance, you would go, I'm going to do a harm post, and this is on ZNet Scene, and this is on ZNet Scene Awake. The reason why I'm targeting ZNet Scene Awake is, one, it happens once. ZNet Scene happens once when you load into a world. It will, when you back out and go back in, it will happen again, so you obviously have to account for stuff like that. It has the ability to grab any prefab from the ZNet Scene, anything that's been registered either by another mod or by vanilla. If you're grabbing it from another mod, then you have to set your priority here. You have to do a Harmony priority. Let me see. Priority, and then priority last. That makes your code run absolutely last on every single thing, and then you can grab anything that might come from another mod. Unless they also have priority last, and then you might have some problems. So let's see. Live templates look dope. Sup, again, been lurking for a bit, slowly getting ready for bed. How things going? Border, I'm doing pretty good. They asked me to explain a patch. So I'm explaining the patch, and then I'm also, somebody mentioned, like, how can I change this about a smelter? This is exactly how I would do it, because this happens one time. They're looking to add vanilla to a modded workbench. Okay. So I don't know what the name of the modded workbench is, so I'm going to call it modded workbench from here on. Okay. So let's say other mod loads. Are you, here's a question. Are you dependent on that mod loading? Do you need that mod to load, or do you want it to fail gracefully? Because if you want it to fail gracefully, then it's fine. If you're dependent on that mod loading, then you're good. Yeah, so Border, I'm going to try to explain this like a 5-year-old. So hopefully, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot them. What do you mean fail? So if it can't find that object, do you want it to just say, hey, look, I couldn't find the object? Or do you want it to just gracefully keep going? Because if you're doing this here, so ZNet Scene is where every single object in the game is stored. Aside from certain things like recipes and whatnot, that's stored in the object database. Certain items, let's say like a sword, is stored in the object database. So is its recipe. But then also the sword gets injected into ZNet Scene. ZNet Scene is where every single object exists that needs to be transferred across the network. So swords, effects, right? Like explosions, whatever, build effects, stuff like that. All of that is in ZNet Scene. You can grab all of that information. Abominations, they exist in there, right? So if you have another mod that's loading, make sure that you're doing this on a priority last, right? You've set it to Harmony priority last. We are doing a post fix on ZNet Scene, which means we are waiting until after ZNet Scene has already loaded, which if we look at what's happening in ZNet Scene, it says for each prefab that exists, we're adding it. For each one that's a non-net view prefab, we're adding it. And then it adds some events for when that prefab is destroyed, and then it registers a few things. So what we need to know is if another mod is patching like anything into the game, they're going to be touching this method. 100%. They're not going to skip this. They can't. And if they do, it actually causes problems. So long story short, let's create a variable. We're going to say variable. So var, right? Really, I know what the explicit type of that variable is going to be. It's going to be a game object. And we're going to say game object from another mod, right? Is equal to instance, which is our ZNet Scene instance, the currently running instance of it. And then they have a method in here called get prefab. And this is by string. So this is, if you ever see anybody like a mod author say, oh, it needs to be prefab name. Prefab names are what we find in Unity. Unity is going to be what they named that object when they created it. So this would be, for instance, let's say the workbench is called modded workbench, like this. Modded workbench, right? However, inside of Unity, they called it like this. Piece modded workbench, right? So in this case, we need this. You need that right there. So now This is going to be stored into GameObject. GameObject by default is nullable. You're able to have something that is a null value. So then we can say if geo from another mod, my GameObject for another mod, is not equal to null, then run my code. Now, you specifically said that this other thing that you have is a smelter, right? Or a workbench, right? Like, let's say it's a smelter. You have to know what's attached to it. And here's how you could do stuff like this. You want to know that something is that has a smelter component, or that has, let's say, a crafting station component. There's two ways you could do it. One, you can use X-ray vision. X-ray vision is the easiest and fastest way to tell you what components are on a specific item. As a matter of fact, I will install that just to show you. So X-ray vision, we will download, and it looks like it's already on here. We'll update this. 1 second. Custom, where did I turn it on? X-ray vision, right here. Cool. So we're going to hit none, and we're going to hit start. So I'm just booting this up via R2 Modman. My game is loading. You can see all my mods loading right here in the background. Everything's loading just fine. No issues, no errors. We're all good. So we're going to click on Le Valheim here and let this run. So Unity Explorer is something that allows you to browse things without going into the Unity editor itself, without you having to rip the game, look at the asset, see what's on it. This allows you to do it while the game is running. And I'll show you. So I'll give you the player as an example because this is the fastest way. And then I'll show you like a smelter or a workbench or something like that in the base game. So this player that's at the main menu right here, this player, if we turn on Unity Explorer, we click the inspector, we want world here. So world, not UI. So we're saying world. And if you see, when I hover above this, you can see how it says player clone. In player clone, we can see that we have these components. We have a player, we have a talker, we have this equipment, we have skills, footsteps, controller. We can see that it's a visual, right? And we can go here to the visual, right? And we can turn off the visual, and we turn on the visual. We can go here and we can turn off the body, but leave the armor, right? We can turn all this stuff on. You can turn on the dev effects, which is what they call it, which is literally just smoke. You can turn off specific features of the armor, right? The legs, the arms, the helmet, so on, so on. So everything that you can see, you can change. And if we go into the base game, right, let's go into the world. I'll show you what like a workbench looks like. This tells you what the components are. And if you do that, then you can see the fields. And if you can see the fields, you can change them, right? Fairly simple stuff. It all boils down to finding it and figuring out how that works, tinkering it. So if we go, let me do dev commands. Oh, wait, no. Dev commands was already on. Kill all. Kill everything. We're going to go to... I was doing testing. I don't even remember where my base is. Here it is. Okay. So let's run up here. We're going to do a TOD 0.5 so you guys can see. So this workbench, for example. This one right here, right? This workbench, this super cool little workbench here. We want to know what this workbench has. If we have X-ray vision, you've got this information here off to the side. We can see that the source of this workbench is Odin Architect, which isn't true. However, Odin Architect literally clones the forge, so that's why it's showing. But we have the prefab name is Forge, the piece name is Forge. We can see the components. We can see transform, piece, ZNet view, crafting station, and wear and tear. So all that means is that when I go in here and I do the inspector, I go back to the world inspection. We can click, right now it's picking up a torch. We don't want to pick up a torch. So we're going to find this workbench. We're going to say Forge here. You can search for it, and we've got the Forge clone here. And we've got the new. So we can see that we've targeted it successfully. And you can see on the right-hand side, Border, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Have a good one, Azu. I appreciate you, Border. Thank you so much. But we can see that it has the crafting station, the piece, the ZNet view components. So crafting station has fields. Each field is populated with a value, right? Craft require fire is false, no false, require roof, right? And I'll show you what this means. Is that if I use this, we can see that it works just fine. And we can sit here and we can bang on our stuff. We can do whatever we want to do, and take a look at it. Now, if you wanted to do that in code, and you wanted to take a look at it in code, let's say that this was so this is piece forge, right? We don't need to worry about the change, but just for context of teaching you, we're going to say game object from another mod dot, right? You can do transform or you can do straight get component, and this would be crafting station in this case. And then you would say var crafting station, and then of course this is just, you could say var if you want to, or you could use the explicit type. And then we can say crafting station. If we know it's not going to be null, we can just say crafting station require fire, right? False. Done. Now, every forge no longer needs fire. So if you compile this, put this in your BepInEx plugins, and you load it, now your forge does not need fire, right? Super simple. Same thing as if it was a smelter. So this would be a smelter. You would do the conversions here. Well, smelter. You do the conversion. And so conversion is a list. If we hover above it, we can see that this is a list of item conversions. Hang on. List of item conversions. So you need to make a new list. You can say equals new list. List of item conversions, right? And you can list them all out. You can do whatever the heck you wanted to here. And you can change it. Or you can just add one. You can say m conversions add. And then pass in whatever you want. So it's asking for an item conversion item. That's the type that it's looking for. So you just have to match that item. So you can say new item conversion, and then you go here. Now it's looking for an item drop. Whoop, my mouse is not quite on it. Item drop m from and an item drop m to. So from is the object that you're putting in the smelter. To is what comes out, essentially. So let's say you don't have that. You don't know what that is. You can get that from ZNet Scene. So we're going to say m from is equal to instance get prefab. We'll say armor iron chest, right? Boom, super done. And then we could do the same thing. M2 is equal to instant get prefab. This will be, I don't know, sword cheat, right? Now you're wondering, why is it red? It's red because it expects a item drop component. So you have to say get component item drop. And you have to do that on both of these. And you're done. So now if we put an armor iron chest in, we get a sword cheat out. That's it. Simple stuff, lots of talking, but that's basically what it boils down to. WD Pyro, hello. Welcome in. I just noticed that we're on an ad, so they might have missed some of that information. So I'm going to sit here and wait. Let me make sure that they're not a subscriber. You do that for every item. You are a subscriber. Cool. So you do that for every item. You don't have to. You don't have to. Any new item that you want to, sure. If you want to add it to multiple of prefabs, you can create loops. It's simple coding. You can create loops, and you can say add this to this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Add this to this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Whatever you want to do. December 6th. I didn't know it was coming out that soon, but yeah, I do plan on playing Path of Exile 2 a little bit. But yeah, anybody that's caught by the ad, I'm going to pause here just so we can let them ask any questions if they need to. How's the little one doing? My little one's doing pretty good. He's got a few, like a bruise on the side of his head. We think it's from when we took him to the hockey game. And he's also just a little bit sick, but I think everybody is. You need to key for PoE too. I was doing it in Unity, directly dragging and dropping the items into the smelter script component. I guess that's not good. You can, if the smelter is custom. If it's a vanilla one, do it in code. Do everything that you possibly can at runtime. Everything that you possibly can at runtime. The reason why is it keeps your mod light and you're not duplicating vanilla assets. So you're not duplicating everything in memory. So just keep that in mind. So yeah, theoretically you could. You could even create like a whole brand new list, but I do recommend doing most of it in code. Most of it in code. And that's just because everything that you want to do is going to be far faster in code than it is anywhere else. Making me want to tinker? By all means, poke the brain while I'm here. Yeah, the smelter workbench is custom. I was using the vanilla smelter script plus vanilla items in the conversion list. We'll try it in code. Yeah, if it's a vanilla item. Welcome back, by the way, everybody from the ad. You didn't really miss much. I'm just answering some questions. If you have any questions about anything that I've done so far or anything that you may have missed, if you want to know any of that information, I will let you know. I will let you know. Just ask. Feel free to ask. But yeah, tinker. Just have fun. Coding is fairly simple. I've got templates out there for you guys to mess around with. I can even go through a tutorial. We can make a mod together from scratch, starting from scratch, as if you fresh downloaded the game, if you guys want to. I think I've done a video on that once or twice, but I can do it all over again. Yeah. And it's mostly just using a little bit of your brain and really just trying to understand how things work. Might have to set up completely sandbox in case you break stuff. So most of the time that's just backing up your world, backing up your character, or using a test character, test world, right, that you just don't give two shits about. And then, of course, just duplicate your Valheim folder. Just duplicate your Valheim folder once you fresh download it, and you're good to go. But yeah, it's relatively simple. I can do a video on it. I've also got a executable file that publicizes all the assemblies for me and then downloads BepInEx inside that folder. And then even publicizes BepInEx because I have one mod that needs that. And it works. I have one saved on the FAT32 drive, so no worries on that. See, there you go. There you go. But see, just simple stuff like that. Unity Explorer is your friend. Specifically because you don't have to rip the game to look at what the fields are and what some of the default values might be. You can also tinker with it if so like the discovery range for this workbench is 4 and the units are like meters or something like that and have fire, right? If we back out and look at it, we can see it doesn't have fire. However, if I open this up and I free my mouse and I click this button, we can see for a split second it pops up with fire, but that's just because this is checked every frame almost, so that's not going to work for us. But require fire is apply, and then we can go here, have fire, all that good shit. You can change all these values. So here's the internal piece forge value, the range that we could build from, the repair effects, roof checkpoint. Show basic recipes. This is a toggle that almost everybody wants on a workbench, which is the basic recipes that are there. And as we can see, we can go in this and we can see the club and the iron whatevers. So pop that out and they disappear, right? And we go through here, check fire, right? Check usable. Pass in the player. You can see all the methods that are here. Get hover text. We can see that the hover text looks like this. Forge used, but this is what it looks like in code. So long time ago to sandbox stuff after the bunny incident. My dad was not too happy about that. I don't know what's happening with the bunny, but I'm glad that you learned to sandbox some stuff. But yeah, so I'm gonna revert some of this code. Did I ever upload this? I did upload this, didn't I? Yes. Okay, cool. Booyah. All right. So we've done the update. Black Star saw me updating, so now they're updating. It's funny. I'm kidding. That's not exactly why they're doing that. But anyway, we don't need this. We've done our thing. Our patch is good to go. We need to take a look at some of the mods that I need to update still. So lightsabers is next. We're going to take a look at lightsabers. And hopefully that little insight into a few things helps you guys out. If you have any more questions like that, obviously I can go on rants and I can word vomit, as my wife says. And I can overly explain things, hopefully to the point where you guys understand them. So lightsabers, item manager, right? So we're going to grab item manager from here. Because I think, does lightsabers doesn't use... Yeah, lightsabers does not use the fucking, what's it called, to localize. So it's all good. I think, how does it localize? How did I set this up to localize? Oh, that's how. I did it my way. So this is the localization file. This probably would do better if it wasn't generated that way. So I had the saber trails and the item manager, but we're going to just grab the item manager from Blackson instead of mine. So item manager, Blackson Boop. Hers is slightly different. And that's just because she took away some things to make it a little bit more lightweight. And I don't happen to need those in this mod, so I'm just going to use what she's got. And this is going to error out up here. Where is the error? There it is. And then we're just going to backdate this line here. So it's all good. Bunny was a virus, made it on accident where it exponentially replicated bitmap files, overrode system files, as well as crashed the computer blue screen of death. Hold on. If you know how to do stuff like that, why aren't you modding at this point? Like, you should definitely mod this game just because it's stupid fun for no reason. All right, for Bogwitch. And it's not a courtesy update. This one actually did need an update. So update for Bogwitch 1.3.4. And then we're going to go up here 1.3.4. So we already incremented that. Super cool. Yeah, it sounds like an easy one. Oh, hold up. I missed something. How does one get a key? I want to try making a mod that once you beat a boss, that biome mobs are no longer hostile to you just for fun. That would be relatively easy. You'd have to patch into the mobs themselves. You can actually take some code from Jir or Jire, however you want to say his name. You could take some code from his passive mod. If I'm not mistaken, it's open source. So you can see how he's making them passive and then just make them passive.
This is big brain time.
Do you know what time it is? It's 11 o'clock at night. Know about you. That would be awesome. Tinkering with code gets me into a bad mindset, and Windows 3.1 was stupid easy to... Oh, I see. I see. Maybe you shouldn't. Fuck off. Stay out of the modded scene. Leave me alone. All right, so we've got this all set up, so this should be fine. And server sync hasn't updated since. No, the answer to Zyhark's question is pixelated ASU time. Pixelated big brain time. See, I'm taking it too literal. I thought you were trying to tell me it's late, get off, but I probably should. Anyway, we're gonna do a little quick little build here on the Thunderstorm. And same thing, we're just gonna update. Boom, my name, Valheim, and add the Bog Witch tag. And go on. All right, so majestic button. We'll give that one a courtesy update. Majestic button. And this one should work just fine as well. So go ahead and change that to a 5. Change log. Boom. 5. Courtesy update for Bog Witch. And manifest. This is all handy dandy. Thunderstorm, right click. Open Explorer. I'm going to start pumping out mods a little bit faster because I've done a lot of talking, right? So we're going to pump them out a little bit quick, 1.0.5. And nothing seemingly breaks here. I think the only patch that it really does is at the main menu button, and the main menu button has not changed in this update, so this should be fine. So version 1.0.5. Let's go ahead and push that update out. I'ma watch you bleed. And my name, Valheim, and Bogwitch tag. Cool, cool. So next one is perfect placement. This one we're actually going to we're gonna actually try this one. Because I'm pretty sure this one breaks completely. Right? So we're gonna take a look at perfect placement. Perfect placement is something that someone asked me to take out of Valheim Plus. So that's what we're going to take a look at. So we're going to go into our profile here. We're going to go to perfect placement. We are going to download it, see if it actually errors out on the start or anything like that, and then we'll take a look. So you mentioned adding something special to Daedric armor. It actually is the Daedric armor itself. However, it's reworked to look better. It looks better now. It's not just a black blob and kind of buggy. Damn it, unexpected. Once human, 4-hour maintenance. Fuck once human. No, I'm kidding. I've never played it. I'm looking into the tools right now. That way I can teach my little bit how to do it too. Nice. I was making my first garden in what? First garden in what? Ooh, nice. Yeah. Now I can actually, let me see. I think I actually have, a picture I can show you guys. One sec. Oh, Johnny is live. Okay. All right, let's see. Where's the message that I'm looking for? No. What the fuck? Hold up. Let me find the person that I was talking to. I'm gonna have to pull this on the other screen here. There's no way he left. Can it not find him just because I was in streamer mode? Hang on. Really? Hold up. Where the fuck? Give me a second. I actually want to show you guys this. Introductions. To the danger zone. Where? What the fuck? They were definitely in here. Hang on. I'm trying to find it. What? Did they leave? Like every Discord ever? That would suck. They did not. No. Okay, hang on. There we go. Okay, hang on. Got it. Here it is. So I fixed it up. Got some help from the South Sill specifically. And we fixed it up. We made it look better. So this is it. This is literally a screenshot of it. That's what I need to add in. However, I want the weapons to look more like this as well. And as you can see, it's pixelated. It's less black. It's got better lighting and stuff. So that's what I was trying to show you guys. I have the assets for it. I have all that stuff for it as well. And we can see, so this is what it started out as, right? It was a little dark. It got lighter. This was another picture of it. This is before I asked for the eyes to be blacked out. So the eyes are now black. And this was another early picture of it, right? Why does it say welcome to the chat room? What just happened? Shutting down the zone we built for the rest. Ran for like 2 hours. Ouch. Frequent resets. What? Until you watched Archer. Seriously, that is the Top Gun song. Yes, it is. Zyheart, yes, it is. So this is a remodeled version of it. But this is basically, so I had to send them the picture, but just to see, this is what the base Valheim, or sorry, Skyrim armor looks like. And this is what it looks like in Valheim. So it's essentially the same, it just looks different. So it's not an exact pull from the game, so we can't say that it is. But yeah, so this is what it boiled out to be. It looks a little bit better in the light. It's a little bit more gray, right? Instead of like solid black. And then, you know, we've got these pictures as well. The same, but different. Same, but different, right? So it's essentially is that. I've got it. And here's some funny pictures from like when we were trying to make it. This is what it looked like. It was like glitching. It was super dark. It was super black. It didn't look very great. So that's essentially what we ended up coming up with. I also, this is one from like the main menu is where it was like clipping through the arms and it was doing dumb shit. So just small stuff. How did I teach myself how to code? A lot of YouTube videos initially. I taught myself from there, and then I also looked at a lot of like GitHub repositories to figure out how people code, what it looks like, and then I got so interested in it, I went to school for it. So I learned more. I actually learned more outside of school than in school. However, in school they had time to like sit down and teach me things. So I probably learned a little bit faster because of that, but definitely you can learn everything you need to online. Is that a skeleton issue? Technically, this just means it's not mapped to the armature. And the armature is essentially the bones or the skeleton of the player. So yeah, that's essentially what happened there. me turn on streamer mode again on Discord just in case. All right, and then I'll close out Discord. Oh, skill. I'm dumb. No, you're not dumb. All right, so we were testing perfect placement. So let me see. Perfect placement looks like it loaded fine. So we're just going to test it in the base game, see if it works the way it's supposed to, and proceed about our business. Valheim is made to look like Skyrim. Yeah, I didn't have you upload a Skyrim armor rip. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same, but different. It's a little bit different. It wasn't exact, like the textures were a little bit off. A few things were a little bit off. Things like that. So anyway, we're going to do TOD 0.5. So we are saved here. Now we need a hammer. So spawn hammer P. And put this here. So let's... So I guess let's build a hearth. Okay, so it's printing stuff. I forget what... Is it F1? Advanced build mode is F1. Let me see. Perfect placement. I'm going to change F1 to be... Period? I don't know. Alright. So advanced build mode is here. We can nudge it. We can move it. We can do whatever we want to, right? And then we should be able to rotate this as well. Like so. Yep. So it looks like it's working without any updates. And then we can nudge it this way, nudge it up. Right? And we can build it like that. And we can say, hello, look at this. Look at this. I got a sideways fire. Why is it wiggling when you rotate it? So the stone shader here is actually a dynamic shader that gives like the little waves in it. Unless you're talking about like when I rotated it like this, or you talking about like the little this. That's because it freezes the shader and then it unfreezes the shader. Inverted cooking racks is the newest trend. Let's see if we can actually do that. We can do like this, and then we can go here, and we can say, I want to do this here, buddy. I want to go here, and I want to tilt this little motherfucker like that, and then I want to rotate it like that, and then I want to tilt this motherfucker a little bit further like that. What if I want an upside down cooking one? Look at that. It's in the ground, homie. It's in the ground. All right, now we can go here. We can say ABM is active. We're gonna go this way. Then we're gonna go. Hang on. How do I actually don't remember how to. I don't remember how to rotate the other way on a Z-axis. I don't remember my own commands, man. So copy object rotation, keypad 7. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna go keypad 7. Yeah. Anyway, I know how to do this. We can do this. We can go horizontal. Go up here and do this shit. We can just build it. Build it fucking sideways. I don't know. Floating. I don't give a shit. Anyway, that's how you can get really cool shit. Oh my god, a wall fireplace! How you deal with the smoke issue, though? I mean, you can turn the smoke off. There's multiple mods that do that. Some of them actually impact performance as well. But, like, I mean, you can go here. You can say a wall fireplace. Right? And the same shit. Like, I can just build it. Go into build mode. Say yoinkers. Turn it sideways. Go here. you know, rotate it, do whatever you want to do. You can say, I want it right here. And whether you have structural integrity or not. Can you make a mod that changes the ding sound to some sound that fits better the game? How do we deal with the smoke issue? What do you mean a ding sound? What ding sound? I'm swapping out Gizmo. Totally forgot about this thing. I mean, it works the same as Gizmo. Works the same as Gizmo for the most part. I mean, it's got all these other things. Copy object rotation, decrease the scroll speed, enter advanced building mode. You have advanced edit mode as well, which allows you to edit something that already exists. So, like, if I go in here, what was that? F8. If I go to repair, let's say, like this right here. If I go to, let's see, F8, advanced edit mode, and we can grab stuff. We say, repair all the pieces. I think it was F8. Isn't that what it said? Yeah, so F8, keypad enter. Confirm placement of advanced editing mode, right? So F8 is here. You can do F8. And advanced editing mode is something that, like, you freshly built. Well, that's not gonna stay, but like something that you've built, let's say, like this stack. You go here and say F8 and then edit. But that only works with no hammer. And that's actually airing out. So sweet. We found a nice little buggy poo here, buggy poo. Suey when it calls pig. Hang on. It does not fit the game style's sounds. Yep. When you get an extra item. I get an extra item. There's a ding sound with the new cooking skill when you get extra food. Maybe like that. Oh, the extra food. OCD building tendencies. How about a mod that makes glowing neon font for the signs? You could do that without a mod, buddy. But yeah, you could do that with Azu signs, or you could do it with was it comfy signs? Crafting and farming. Yeah, no, I actually, let's see. Raise skill cooking 100. I don't fucking know. Let me just craft a bunch of these. Where's my extra item? That. Okay, that's what you mean. Bink! Like that. Bonus food cooked. I mean, let's take a look at what it is. So, in the base game code, I did some shit here. I don't remember what this is. Alright, so in the base game code, there's going to be the crafting station, right? Crafting station. Let's just take a look. And all stations, blah, blah, blah. Use item, check usable, blah, blah, blah. Add known station, check fire. Get crafting station, have build station in range. Let's see, cooking. Effect. So effect area collider, effect point. Get connection effect point. So I think the fastest way is we're going to filter based off of the skill. So we're going to say cooking. So this would be a skill. Skills. Skill type. Cooking. So we can middle mouse click on this. Jump down to it. And it looks like that's the only explicit use. Random skill factor. Lower all skills. No. Crafting skill. There it is. Why didn't I see it? Update recipe and do crafting. Okay. So inventory, do crafting. So get skill factor. Duration skill increase. So do crafting. Crafting bonus amount is right here. Crafting bonus chance. Right here. So craft bonus effect. So you want to just remove this, right? You get it more often at level 1. Yeah, that took me a hot minute. Yeah, so the crafting bonus effect, that would even be fine. I mean, you could replace it if you want to, with whatever sound you want. So it's just an effect list. So it's actually on the inventory. It doesn't play on the actual crafting station. So weird place to put it, in my opinion. But you could do this here. You can say do crafting on interact. So if you interact with it, it also plays it. But the crafting bonus is, once again, it's coming from the inventory instance crafting effect, and then it creates it. So what you could do is you can either null it out, so that'll potentially cause some errors, but you can null it out, or you can swap it with something. So if you want it gone entirely, the sound effect, so the crafting bonus effect, you can pull that sound effect out of it. Matter of fact, well, no, it's in the inventory, isn't it? Crafting bonus amount. It's very weird that they put the effect inside of the inventory. But yeah, I mean, theoretically you could do that. So I've already ripped the game for the Bog Witch. It's right here. Should be relatively lightweight. Oh, we could swap it with fun stuff. Possible to randomize from a sound bank? Of course. If you code it for that, yes, of course. So, like, I don't even remember what all this is. These were transpilers. Apparently, I've been making a lot of changes to it, and I don't even remember. Maybe I did fix some things already. Looks like I added a log. Alright. We'll take a look more at that. Once this Unity project opens, I'll take a look at the inventory and figure out where it sits. Yes, what was that error that I got a minute ago? Player update patch post fix. So player update patch is here. So something was null here. Reset object transform. So ABM run. And specifically it's the lowercase one. So reset object info. And reset object transform. So this one's here. So hit piece transform. So hit piece is null. Sweet child of mine. Yeah, okay. So this is just null inside of aside that method here. Really wish it would take me back to where the fuck I just was. Reset object transform. So it's right here. Input get key down, abort or exit. We'll go here. We'll just wrap this in a try. I mean, we can also do like a if hit piece is not null. So if hit piece not equal to null, we'll run this code here. Otherwise, we don't want to fucking do anything. And then of course we can, you know, early return on that. And then the same thing here. We can set all these. So hit piece is not equal to null. That'll fix that problem, which will actually fix some of those issues. Howdy, Azu. Have you made any fixes to your auto store mod? I was getting memory leaks with that, I think, about a month ago. I did fix some memory leaks in it. And I did fix some of the issues that you might have experienced in there. Hey, Vinthari, how are you? Did you ever find your Unity project for your mods? Awesome. Yeah, so a lot of the memory leaks that happened in Azu Auto Store was specifically because we were tracking the chests. So I'll show you. I'll give you an example. Open. Is Azu Auto Store one of my recents? It's not. I've been opening so many mods, I haven't bothered. Yeah, so we'll do a quick open on it. Let me scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. So Azu Auto Store. Azu Auto Store. Right here. Hey, look, Unity opened. Cool. So multitasking. Multitasking at its finest. Hopefully you guys can follow along. Vintari, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Asgardians. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're back into the modding world. I got the old .dll, but wasn't able to get the old project. Why not? Why not? We fixed that last time. We did the exact same thing last time. We have it in our DMs, actually. Did you check this? Did you check our DMs? If I'm not mistaken, I sent you the actual Unity package when I pulled it out. Or the bundles, I think. So, thanks for that. Love that mod. Yeah, no problem. It is the one that picks up items in store. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. So the main thing here is where's my, so I'm looking for my chest patches. So boxes here, and then patches, chest patches. All right. So to explain this a little bit more explicit. So in Container Awake is triggered every single time a container loads. And when it loads, I loaded it into a list, right? And then when I call, there's a patch down here. So on destroy, I removed it from the list. However, on destroy, if we go and look at what their version of on destroy is it calls wear and tear on destroy. And the only time theoretically that it's destroyed is when wear and tear gets destroyed. So the problem with that is that this on destroy here for the actual container never gets triggered appropriately. So basically you always had a container that was being destroyed from the base game, but it wasn't being destroyed in my mod. So it always kept that in memory, hence the memory leak. So then I patched into wear and tear on destroy. I checked to see if it's a container and then I remove it, which got rid of that specific problem. I also did a container interact to add it to the list as well. And then, of course, if you're teleporting, which always was there, if you're teleporting, I also remove that specific container as well. Just in case, you know, it's floating out there. If it exists, if it's there, if it's in the list, I remove it. That additionally prevented some of those memory leaks. So, and that's just to have a non-persistent list. So one that adds and removes necessarily. So that's just why. Sorry. You should be able to term you chode. Yeah. Streamlabs is a little bit annoying, but here, we can do a permit on you, Vinthari. Ah, cool. Thanks for explaining. Also, where do you prefer people to watch your stream, here or Twitch? I don't really care. It's whatever platform that you choose to watch me on. If you're out there on YouTube, by all means, if you enjoy YouTube more. There are a little bit more benefits to being on Twitch. That's just because you earn channel points and you can interact with the stream a little bit more. YouTube, I think, has that. Unfortunately, haven't done enough of my research to dive into it well enough in order to I don't know, make that experience a little bit better. And that's on my fault.
Issue.
That's definitely my fault. But yeah, Twitch is preferred for most people only because you have a little bit more streamer interaction. But if you don't mind that and you just want to lurk, you want to hang out, you want to learn something, you want to talk to me, you can talk back and forth. My YouTube is kind of getting a little clogged, obviously, with my name. But that allows you to pop back and forth and talk back and forth with people on Twitch. So, and vice versa, they can talk to you. You can code your channel points for YouTube into your Streamlabs bot. Yeah, kind of. So, the channel points, unfortunately, they're only earned when you physically watch on Twitch. But yeah, Streamlabs theoretically can grab them and move them over. There are things called loyalty points in Streamlabs, but it doesn't do anything with the channel points. All right, so let's take a look at perfect placement. Did I update Majestic button? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. No, walk 500 more. All right, so here's the multitask. Someone has asked recently for an update to crafty carts. I literally have to remake the assets. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit of what came out of crafty carts. They wanted a cauldron cart. Obviously, like these here are going to be gone. But this is kind of what I was looking for, is something similar to this. Is like where this cart is here. And we've got the wheels, we've got the things, the little chopping block, a little bit of fire underneath here, right? And the cauldron here with a little bit of stuff in it. So you guys will be able to do the cauldron stuff. I just wanted to show that while I'm here. I've also started making a Black Forge cart, which is bullshit right now. It's using a bullshit shader, bullshit texture, which is the Black Forge texture theoretically. And this right here is the actual Black Forge itself. So I was going to chop this off right here. The problem that I'm facing is that it's curved. And I don't know how to straighten it out without it looking fucking stupid. So I got to figure out how to make a curved cart. Or a slightly bigger cart that holds it. I don't know. I don't know where my brain's going. But yeah, I've got the stone cart here, the workbench cart, obviously. And I've had to rebuild these from almost borderline scratch. Like, as you notice, there's no container up here or anything like that. No chest or anything. So what I wanted to take a look at was the main scene. Also, for the record, you look nothing like I thought you would. Why? But my head, you look like a Ben Affleck Bruce Wayne variation. So basically what you just told me is I was super fucking handsome in your brain, and then you saw this and you're like, ugh, oh shit, son, what happened? I feel you. No, I meant like you can code in chat points into your Streamlabs bot for YouTube. So the more you interact with YouTube chat, the more points you get, and then figure out the YouTube redeem system. So yeah, I mean, you can make like a custom redeem system for YouTube. But the whole thing is like you get more interactions when you're on Twitch because you passively earn those points. There are loyalty points inside of Streamlabs. And those are just inherent. Like everyone's earning them, YouTube and Twitch. You're earning them whether you realize it or not. But you have to code like all of this extra shit to integrate with those loyalty points instead of just using the stuff that's built into Twitch that I can actually add more on the fly way faster and way easier than anything else. But yeah, I mean, like, I can go in here to my platforms, and so like I can see all my channel rewards points and polls and predictions and like sub counter and stuff like that. I could do that. Nah, not at all. In my head, you are Bruce Wayne. Instead, you're the main dude from the Cantrip cast. Cantrip cast? Who is that? Hang on. Cantrip cast. I don't know who the Cantrip guy is. Cantrip cast. Oh, dungeons. Hang on. Why is it animated? Is it animated? It says tabletop. Hang on. Oh, this guy? I look like this fucker? Who's this? Why is it in French? I look like this fucker? This guy? He looks like a pleb. He looks like a pleb. I mean, glasses are the same. Well, so these glasses are blue light glasses. I actually don't need glasses. I'm not blind. These are just to reduce eye strain from staring at the computer all day. That's all these are. So is Crafty Cart's not updated? Should I disable it before loading? Yes, it is not updated. I've literally had to rebuild that entire mod from scratch. So just no, don't load it right now. You will lose your carts, by the way, if you play without that mod. So you'll have to get them back later. I'm getting 3 more monitors soon, so I'll have in total Christmas. LOL. Ooh, nice. 6 monitors. That's more than I've got. I've only got 3. Oh, never mind. Critical Role thing. YouTube always making stuff difficult. Yeah, 6 monitors is this definitely sounds awesome. I'd love to have 6 monitors. That'd be super dope. All right, so let's launch this to my test folder here. One sec. Let me make sure that whatever code is sitting here that looks like I was fucking around with doesn't actually break anything. I want to rock. All right. No, replace. Actually, we'll replace this one. That's fine. You, me, friendly. No. 2 plus a laptop here. I'm trying to get a free 2540 1440 monitor free from work. Oh, that'd be cool. Well, if it's coming from work, I doubt that you'd have like a low millisecond or anything like that. So it should be like one of your secondary monitors. If you don't have anything that's like low milliseconds or a very fast refresh rate in general. All right, let's build this. Go. All right. A 45-inch TV for your screen? Nice. My monitor is the TV. My computer is the cable box because of the cord cut. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got 3 monitors that I bought like 7 years ago. They're all 1 millisecond refresh rate. Like 60 hertz. Like nothing fancy. But they work, and they've worked really well for as long as I've had them. So much so, like, not even a pixel's fucked up. Like, they work really well for as long as I've had them. You're satisfied with the one you've had? Yeah. I'm cheap. TV is cheaper than PC monitors. I don't know about all that. 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 I don't Depends on which PC monitors you get. Because I got all 3 of these monitors for $200. Because yes, $200 because it was buy 2, get 1 free, basically. Because I got a $50 rebate on 2 of them. So I purchased one for $100, one for $100, and then $50 rebate for both of those made the third one free. Obviously, excluding like taxes and stuff. You have a 65-inch TV as your second monitor, but I use it for movies or games. There you go. That's a good way to think about it. That's a good way to think about it. I think that would be pretty neat, too. All right, so far, no issues with this code. However, I am going to remove this angle spam because this is bothering me. Where? Right here. This annoys the fuck out of me. So I'm just going to comment this out. I don't even know why it's there, but clearly I changed it or added it at one point. All right. So we got this. We did the thing. We hit period. ABM is active. Cool, cool, cool. We can nudge it, shift it, rotate it. We can still rotate just fine. And we can build it sideways. And as long as, you know,
This
it works.
brain
Cool.
time.
So there is one thing. It looks like I added that code in there for the error, and I didn't get the error this time around. So I think we're A-okay. We're just going to push this update. Perfect placement, manifest JSON. So this needs to be 2202 right here for the Bepinex pack.
Hey, Azimuth, guess what, brother? You got a new follow.
Seems Stranger, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I can't even speak. Welcome to the Asgardians. I appreciate the follow. You did what? Bop it, twist it. Okay, I'm back. You had to put the wife down, Corgi. What the fuck? You had to do what now? Facts. My 24-inch monitors are $100 US each. My TV was 100, and it's a 55-inch. Really? I have never in my life seen a $100 55-inch TV ever. Little Bits has a TV for her monitor too. Kids were a little upset. I gave them a PC instead of an Xbox, but I had a good reason. Xbox not cost effective, and I'm not paying the internet or game rental. I get it. Yeah, my parents bought me like a bunch of consoles and shit growing up. And that's mostly because they wanted me to not have a PC, specifically because of everything that a PC opens the doors to. You know, it's just because they mainly didn't want to parent me more than they had to, and that kind of makes them have to do that, right? Unused directives in solution. All right, so this is rebuilt. We're going to go to Thunderstore here. And so perfect placement gets a nice little updatey poo here. Valheim, Bogwitch update. And this is version 1.1.8. Just goes to bed early. Wait for Amazon sales. Got my TV for $600 Canadian. So that's like 25 US dollars. Really? Well, then you guys must be getting like the really off-brand ones that break every 10 minutes. That's the only ones I can think of. Alrighty, well, I'm off to bed. Azu, have a good night and a good stream. Hopefully you can recover my project again after work tomorrow or something. I hope so. I think that, Vinthari, I think that we had, I'm fairly certain that we had conversations about your specific project in the past. And I think I've recovered it once for you. You got to keep a hold on that project. You got to keep a hold on that project. It's a pain in the ass to rip assets like that. Okay, so a few tags in Discord. Somebody said my mod didn't work, and then 5 seconds later, they're like, never mind. So lovely. Super cool pings. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so perfect placement got its update. What was the next one? Profitable pieces. I'm getting distracted, y'all. Guys, an ad starts in 2 minutes. It's not giving me the option to snooze those anymore. So slightly annoying. We did, but all the file sharing was done in a side chat on a temp voice chat channel, not in DMs. Oh, really? Do you remember what chat that was? Profitable pieces makes it to where every single object that you destroy always returns the items, no matter what. And you can limit that to admins only or not, but basically that's all it does. So even if something says you shouldn't get it, or you shouldn't get it back, you do. That should be fine. 1.0.4. I know that this one doesn't really need an update because it's just patching small shit. However, I do want to clean up this code a little. Make this a little bit longer. Clean that up a little. And then this here, I'm trying to make everything where it's not like so much all on 2 lines or 3 lines because it looks a little fucked up. There we go. That should be fine. And then this one only has 1 patch. Oh, it dropped resources. Let's see. We might need to check this one. Hang on. It's a transpiler. Take a look at this one real fast. Looking to join. I have a Spectre TV. Or wait. My Discord server or dev only Discord? I see. If it's a temporary chat, theoretically it should still exist. At the very least, it should exist. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But that would really suck. To be honest with you, if we had to do that all over again. Whew. What happened to the project? Did you just delete it? What happened to it? Sorry, you said you were going to bed. You said you were going to bed, so go to bed. Went out of business. All right. Profitable pieces. Loads just fine. Cool. Cool. That looks so cool. Can you imagine that, like, being an effect for a portal? That would be neat. All right, anyway, profitable pieces. Looks like it worked. I destroyed something. We got everything back, which basically means that it works fine for the most part. And it didn't error. The transpiler didn't have any problems. So we are good. Good. Let's make sure server sync inside of this is updated. So I'm going to copy my updated DLL and paste over this DLL. Make sure it's updated, and it looks like it is. So that's Gucci Man LaFleur. So 1.0.4. We will build this target here, and then again, open this in Play Thunderstorm. restore, and then just do a quick little ping. So version 1.0.4. Yeah, it's my bubble for Ward is Love. All right. So profitable pieces. Go to upload here. All right, and there was a mod that I recently updated that I needed to tag with Bogwitch. Bogwitch. Hang on, let me go to my channel or my page. Bogwitch. Bog. This one, Sleep Skip. What the flying fuck? No. There we go. Okay, and then apparently Sleepover. I forgot it on Sleepover. Bogwitch. Okay, so it's on everything now. We're good. Standard Ward or Ashland Shield. So it's Ward is Love's bubble. But soon that'll be probably changing when I have to rebuild that mod from scratch, or at least the Unity portions of things. So let me close out this Unity project here. Let's go back to the mod page. So quick tap dodge is next. Open Elemento PQ, quick tap dodge, quick, super fast. If you said anything to my last blurb, I didn't hear it because Bezo attacks the ads. Yay ads over. So poo-poo luck with SSDs not surviving, turns motherboard head short, was frying everything, so I just ended up building a whole nother rig. Fuck. Yeah, no, I basically said it's a massive pain in the ass to keep pulling things out of asset bundles, and it sucks. So, gotta find a way to back that up, because holy shit, if you come back to Valheim modding and the only thing you're doing is fixing your mods or like re-ripping them, and then going through and spending days and days like you did last time to fix them all up, it's gonna be a pain in your ass. Massive pain in your ass, I promise. All right, so I think that this works aside from like joystick. So we need to do quick tap dodge here. We're going to download it. It should work fine, but we need to test it with controller because they made some recent controller changes to the keys. So like joystick L, stick right, stick left. I think they changed the way these work. And then of course button jump should be fine. Forward double tap. Joy jump, I think they changed as well. I don't remember. So we can do a get button here. Or actually, we could do a jump. In dodge. Jump. Alt place. Joy use, joy hide. Toggle walk. So joy L stick. Didn't I just say something about that? Joy L stick left. So joy L stick, I think, is the new. Let's see. Joy R stick. Joy Alt, Joy Radial, Auto Pickup, Hotbar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Radial, 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 Radial. Buttons. D-pad left. Alright, so I think that this is not going to work. Because it looks like they renamed these away from L stick down, L stick right, to now just be L stick. Which doesn't seem right to me. Because left stick up, left stick down, left stick right makes more sense. uBlock helps with Bezos tax, and I want to say that the algorithm is worse than Google for inappropriate ads. Interesting. Oh, it's because I'm encumbered, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I don't have mouse tweaks installed. Oh, that looks terrible. Those things are huge. Alright, so, little windows here. So, this works. This works. That works just fine. Keep in mind, I'm in God mode right now, so this works. Cool. So, controller is next. Controller should break. Oh, it doesn't. Down does. No. Seems like this one works fine. Cool. All right, and then try back at mouse. All right, so the mod looks like it's working just fine. However, I expected that to break, to be honest with you. There is... Fuck. Something else I should have checked. I think that the dodge is running. Yeah. So how to wait, jump next frame. Okay, hang on. If in inventory, etc. So flag 1. Prevent dodge while crouched. In inventory, etc. is in the player controller. Inventory. Store GUI and hood. It doesn't... I need to make sure that we're checking for input. So if instance that take input. So if we're allowed to take input, then we're going to do this. So instance take input. I think take input is if we are not in free fly or none of these have focus, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. So player take input. So if we can take input, then we're going to do that. Otherwise, we're not. We are obviously going to test that. So 1.0.3 update for Bog Witch. Actually, prevent input when inside more menus. All right, and I think because that was a bug that someone reported a while back. I want to see if that works. And that should work just fine because the player take input is a method that the base game uses to check for various different things. Where the fuck is quick tap dodge? There it is. So we're going to copy that. I'm going to go to my environment props here, and I'm going to paste directly over this shit. So that now is going to output directly to my folder the way I want to. All right, I'm off for bed for real. Night-night, Vinthari. Night-night. Have a good one. Hey, sleep well. And do good stuff. Do things with your life, you know. Pain of keep losing drive. Lost so much stuff to it. Tempted a tiny server. See, I don't... Luckily, right now, as of right now, you know, knock on wood, I don't have that specific problem. But I am worried about when my drives decide to randomly shit the bed. Because if they shit the bed, you guys lose all the mods that I've got. All of them. Every ounce of them. Because I don't have any backups. I have what's on my hard drive, and that's it. That's what you get. All right, so we're gonna test this after that change, and then we're going to upload it. So I'm going to go ahead and preemptively open the Thunderstore folder so we can grab that zip file. And we updated it to 1.0.3. We're once again going to do a quick little test, make sure it's fine, and then upload. Just that whole exporting and ripping them all assets and crying for weeks. I'm just saying, if I lose the code, not all of them are on GitHub. But that's most of the reason why they are on GitHub, is because if I lose my drives, I want to be able to recreate those mods. But if I lose the Unity projects, whoo, dude, you might as well shoot me in the face, because I probably won't rebuild the mods if that happens. I won't. That's going to take way too long. All right, so this works fine, and then we're going to test. Cool. So da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, 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 and then controller. Walk with controller here. All right, looks like it works fine. Cool. Booyah. Rebuild just in case. And version 1.0.3. How big are the Unity projects? And if they're not big files, upload them to the cloud as backup. Each project is multiple gigabytes. Multiple gigabytes. So we're talking probably 200-300 gigabytes overall, if not more. So yeah, good luck. I am not paying for that in the cloud, because that's going to cost a pretty penny. You wouldn't either? Exactly. Hey, look. Solordis is updating his stuff. I feel like when people see me update stuff is when they're just like, oh shit, we got to update stuff too. All right, so Third Eye is next. Magic E tier base is after that. I think someone said Third Eye is broken. So open. So Third Eye was a shit project. I don't even think I fully fixed it. Yeah, see, I never turned it into a solution. Ouch, I was going to say that I have a Mega Drive that has 50 gigabytes of storage and it's free. I think the free version is 20 gigabytes or less. What does Third Eye do? It pings nearby enemies when you're crouching. It kind of gives you a skill for that, more or less. It shows them on the map and everything. And it shows their nameplates from far away. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Oh. All right, so this one should be updated. Should be ready to roll. All right, so we're going to update these mods. I'm going to start removing some mods. So like Biome Observer that we've already updated, Perfect Placement that we've updated, Profitable Pieces that we've updated, obviously Quick Tap Dodge. So Currency Pocket will probably leave just because I like testing with that mod because it's fun. And the rest will probably leave. We're going to try, so Third Eye. So someone said it's broken. We're going to load it and see if that's true. Yeah, I mean, if I had like another multiple terabyte hard drive, which is a couple $100, it wouldn't be too bad. I'd be able to back up those projects and I'd be able to have those files and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Currency Pocket's awesome. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoy that mod. I can't remember what struck my need to make it, but I made it. I thought it was kind of cool, so that's what we did. Oh, my cell phone's dead. Shit. All right, yeah. So, Third Eye is broken. And it's failing on use stamina. So this one here, and that's because they changed this signature here for use stamina. They changed the signature on it. Well, where the fuck is it? Use stamina. It should have a... Yeah, so they removed the Boolean on it. That is the default now, so it's slightly different. So this does need a recompile, but it shouldn't need anything else. So Third Eye, we're just going to make sure that a simple recompile fixes it, and it should, because nothing else really breaks. They changed it, so use stamina right here, this method right here, used to have like a true or false, but it was a default value. So you didn't, that's why I don't need to physically change the code. But they changed that signature, so it's looking for the old one, and that doesn't exist anymore. Every time I look at Risk or Archimod has 20 plus updates. Risk of Rain 2? Really? All right, plugin. So we did this. We need to environment props. We'll shoot this to my shit. Once a month, you look at mods. All right, so 12/11. Okay, so that is today's date. That's good. That means it did what I wanted it to do. And again, preemptively open up the Thunderstore for the update too. You can get a 10 terabyte for $100. Really? Are they that cheap now? My 2 terabyte one cost me $100. 2 terabytes. That cost me $100, and that was on sale. There's no fucking way. It's got to be a shitty 10 terabyte. Either that or memory is really shooting down in price. Really shooting down in price. There's no fucking way. That should be at least a couple $100. Hang on. 10 terabyte hard drive external. 189, $200. 189, $200. $300. 159, 109. So yeah, right at about 100. Oh shit. Right at about $100. If it's a pure external one that you plug in via USB, and this is showing as It transfers via USB 3.0, which makes sense. How come they don't tell you the fucking speed? I want to know the read and write speed. Because I guarantee you, in order to be that cheap, that read and write speed's got to be shit. Alright, so no issues so far. SSD? No, I was looking at HDD. Yeah. I was looking at HDD. Yeah. 10 terabyte SSD. Every single one I've seen is 150 or above for an SSD. For an HDD, there's a few that are like right at 100. External or otherwise. Yeah, I've got a few HDDs, but that's because I have to. So stamina, right? So we've got this. This works fine. We're gonna jump up here. So third eye looks like it's loaded fine. It's got no more errors, so that's good to know. And we've got the ping set, so custom keybind. We're going to set this to like J or something. Custom message, test. Show message is on. Player detection can be on. Visual effect on. Tame detection on. Why not? And then skill effect factor. Skill gain factor. And skill multiplier. Stamina drain, we're going to put that at 0. I don't want it to drain anything. Base detection range, we'll put this at 100. Alright, so we are going to say no to that. Continue. So we're going to crouch and say J. See, this is what third eye does. Is it pings, and as we can see the neck. And if we look at the map here, we can see the map has a deer, health, neck, all of this stuff. Right? So you guys can see what I'm seeing. And that's what's here. That's what we got. So third eye is still working. It's good. All it needed was a nice, juicy recompile. So we've got that ready. We've got that queued up. And do a build. Once the game fully closes. Rebuild, come on. Come on. Hey, Morning Darkness. You missed it earlier. I was showing off the carts. I was showing where they are. I do have to fully rebuild those. You are the hero we need. Not really. Didn't I close? I thought I fully closed the fucking game. Maybe I didn't. You talking about Bonnie Tyler singing? All right, so let's see. What version was this? Did I update this? Yeah, 2.1.7. Version 2.1.7. And push. Ooh, I moved this over here, didn't I? All right, so drag the file. So 2.1.7. Not Wise Horror. Me, Valheim. Add the Bog Witch tag. She fell in. Yeah, I was pulling the dog out of the pool. What? Listening to the song. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, but the one I searched is overheating issue, so don't get it. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend getting anything that's again that is that cheap. All right, so Magic E tier base is good. We did an update on Quick Tap Dodge, so maybe this page will update. There we go. So this lets me know. I tend to go to my own mod page so I can see which ones I still got left, and then I refresh so I just stay on the same page, and it lets me know which ones need to be updated. So Magic E tier base, Mist Be Gone. People are probably still gonna see if Mist Be Gone needs to be updated. And it probably does. But since Morning Darkness is here, I'm going to show her her slowly being rebuilt carts. So I do still have most of the assets and a few other things. Obviously, I can bring them over. I downloaded something that's really kind of cool that allows me to do a lot of the modeling outside of Blender. It actually allows me to do it in Unity. And it's free. I downloaded it a long time ago, but I pulled it into this project and it looks like it works great. So this loaded super fast. Oh my gosh. All right, so the carts here. So I created these new meshes here. That way I could split them out. And basically what I came up with was the cauldron cart. And this is still showing, but basically the cauldron cart is right here. We've got a nice little, as we can see, cart with the crafting station. So what you guys can't see is that underneath this, that's actually a singular piece now. So instead of, you can see that it's got like chopped in half. This used to be the cauldron extension piece. This used to be this. So I took this and basically I chopped it right here. So like right along this underneath edge. I chopped that so I can get this effect right here. So if we click on it, you can see like I chopped it off. It doesn't go any lower. Right? And it's in the cart on this side. And then I was thinking like maybe hang some pans on the back. Make it nice little wonderful cauldron cart, so to speak. I'm going to change these here. I'm going to change these here so these look a little different. A little bit more like the cauldron, so to speak. So those things that I just turned hidden, so like these metal bars. I'm going to put the metal bars here. So I'm going to delete and remove this. So as you can see, like this is the texture and the model. If I wanted to, I can click on this face here. Right? And then, oh, I need to turn it into face mode. So we click on this face here. We can go here. And you can see it highlights this. And I can actually go yoink. And it's gone. And I can build that. And I don't have to go into Blender to do that, which is fucking great. So I'm hoping that this speeds me up unless I hit something that's like at compile time is a problem. I haven't tested it yet. I need to test it now before I get too invested. But basically, I'm going to have these be completely different. I'm going to turn these into like the metal arms that come from the cauldron themselves. And then change this to have a little bit more like this metal be less gray and be more like this metal. And same thing here. I'm going to pixelate this a little bit more, make it look a little bit better. And, you know, make it blend into Valheim. And then, of course, like probably up here, like this here, if I can select all of this and then yoink that off, maybe add like a completely different top. Not so top heavy. They're such a pain to cart around. So the weight is based off of how much inventory is inside of it. And they're not top heavy anymore. If you're talking about them like falling over, I fixed that problem. That's not an issue anymore. And you in Morning Darkness hopefully can attest to that. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So it shouldn't be a problem anymore. However, this specific update, the Bog Witch update, just makes it crash. And I want to show you guys. But like, so Crafty Carts. So Crafty Carts here, the remake and whatnot. That's mine. If we go in here and we go to Crafty Carts, even though the code and everything loads fine. So here's Crafty Carts remake. Bum, 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 bum. And then we'll grab this. So a lot of this code is sitting here, but I don't think I ever actually updated stuff appropriately, because I pushed that update to Thunderstore without actually taking a look at it, so to speak. So let's see, Crafty Carts. And so it's under Odin Plus's name, but I maintain it, of course, because I'm on like every single team. So this is at 3.1.5. I've updated this to 3.1.6 because I was making some changes inside of this, right? And I thought that it was just going to work. I updated Peace Manager. I did what I needed to do. And then so this is in Bogwitch updates. So that should, yeah. So if we build this, this is the current problem. And I think that I have to go into Unity to completely fix this because none of this makes sense on why it's failing. And the reason it's failing is for whatever reason, whenever it loads the cart, it crashes the game. I don't know why. And Odin Horse or something like that also had an issue with one of their carts causing the game to crash. Exact same problem. And I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but they changed something in the base game for the Vagon or Vagon. I don't know why they call it a Vagon, but they changed it. And of course they spell it correctly here. But they changed something in Unity. In Unity, they changed something that breaks that entirely. So as we look at this, you can see that this, no errors, right? Just the base game warnings. No problems. We loaded in just fine. Now watch this shit. Should every mod be fully updated? My game starts, but at the start button for loading into my world doesn't do anything. I click and I just stay on the menu. Not every single mod is going to need an update. Even a few of the ones that I've pushed updates to tonight didn't need an update. They got an update because users are going to ask about it and say, this wasn't updated in a year, it probably doesn't work. So that's what I do, is I try to make sure that that's not a problem. All right, so Crafty Carts is here. As we can see, it loads into the game fine. Crafty Carts, crafty, right? It's right here. We can build it. Now watch this shit. You ready? Doesn't matter what cart you build. That happens every time. Don't know why. It has nothing, and I repeat, nothing to do with the code. I've commented out extensive amounts of the code. I've literally only loaded the cart in and done nothing else. I've eliminated the container. I've eliminated like everything. And I don't know why it shits the bed. It literally just crashes the game. So my only solution to that is I have to go into Unity and completely rebuild the mod from scratch, at least from the Unity side of things, and then pull it back in. Boom, Crafty Cart's now the most powerful weapon in the game. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. But hey, Mangus, by the way, thank you for hanging out on YouTube. I appreciate it. That really does, it helps the numbers over there, and it also makes it feel, makes me feel like, you know, overall that we're doing a good job. We've got some people on YouTube that love us. What about the VFX? I mean, the VFX are all added in code after the fact. If I'm not mistaken, that was a recent update that specifically Morning Darkness asked for. Is that when she built it, it didn't do anything. So I added the wear and tear effects. So I can test it. We'll comment it out. I don't know. We'll comment that out and we'll say that we're not going to grab the wear and tear effects. But as you can see, most of this code is commented out as well. We were setting the properties on the camera, the render texture, and trying to get like a new, more or less, icon with level, right? I wanted to say that like specific ones are rebuilt. So anyway, I'm going to comment out like each patch. So this is the mass patch. This is the calculation of the angular drag. So if it tilts too far, it snaps back. That's what that's doing. And then we've also got, so the wear and tear effects we commented out, or at least we commented out the call to it. ZNet Scene Awake is not doing anything other than adding the extensions, which is fine. Is player attached to wagon? This is so your camera doesn't clip into the cart when you're dragging it, basically. This needs to be done. For the most part, this is the container. However, we can change that because we don't necessarily need it. And then the crafting station custom update, this needs to happen. This also needs to happen to ensure functionality. And then the rest is just loading the carts. So you might be right. It could be the effects. And if it's just the effects, you're saving me an ass load of time. Okay. Hello, Twith. Hello, Twith, youths. Hello, the Twith. What's with the lisp there, bot? You got a lisp. You can switch back to YouTube. Corgi, you don't have to. You don't have to. I'm just saying it makes it seem viable, you know? Makes me seem like when I stream to YouTube, it's worth it. What's up, Twith? How my Twith youths out there? We are doing good. We are doing good. I'm just making fun of you for misspelling it. I'm not making fun of anybody with a lisp. I just think that lisps sound funny. And that, honestly, I would love to hang around somebody with a I can't even speak now, with a lisp, because I think it would just be fun to hang around them. I wouldn't pick on them. I would just love to hear their voice. My 2-year-old would be offended. Hey, come on, Dad. Come on. Or Mom. Or Uncle. I don't fucking know. Cousin. Friend. All right, so we're going to test this one more time. This is literally just loading the cart into the game. Nope. 99.99999% of this
fat ass back here.
Of this code is commented out. The only thing that it's loading is literally loading the cart itself. And then
skill issue.
It's not a skill issue, you fucking piece of shit. But like we can comment out this as well and literally just say like it's not even added to the crafting stations. This is every ounce of my fucking code is commented out. Well, the content of this one is. This isn't being called anymore. All of this is commented. Everything's commented except for the physical class itself. So we will rebuild this. I'm going to test one more time. I tested this the other day. Just to see if it was the code. Just to see if I really, like, I've made some kind of problem with the code and it doesn't work, but we'll do it again. We'll do it again. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to still get the same result. And I think it's the script in Unity that is attached to those objects physically changed, or the Unity version is too old. And my assumption is that the Unity version is too old because the scripts didn't really change. If you look at the changes in the code, those changes should not break anything. But for all I know, they do.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
To have a sub. Since my mom when I'm hungry overrides everything else, you got a free sub. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. You don't have to watch me on both. You do not have to. Probably doesn't work because you haven't tried turning it on and off again. Yeah, or I don't have enough skill. Conshinery, welcome back, by the way. I know you said you were lurking, but welcome back. Wait, did you make this for pre-Unity update? Yes. Crafty Carts has been around for a long time. The Unity project that I have is like a 2018 Unity project when they were still on 2018. So that's why I think that it has those problems. What? Oh, what the fuck? Hold up. Hold on there, homie. Nah, this has got to be a fluke. This has got to be a fluke.
Skill issue.
Ain't no fucking way. I tested this on stream the other day. I literally tested this on stream the other day. Hold up. There is no way. Okay. That's what I thought, bitch. That's what I thought. It was a fucking fluke. It's a fucking fluke. No. That's what I thought. I knew it. It's a fucking Unity issue. Bitches. I swear.
Skill
It's a fucking skill issue, man. Come on now.
Yeah. This is big brain time.
All right, so we did everything that we possibly could. We literally commented out like 90% of the code. Hey, Carlos Sign or Carlson. Hopefully, I'm not butchering that name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Asgardians. I appreciate you.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Again, the scratching noise when he does that is the best. But yeah, so we also were gonna make a we're gonna discard changes on this. We are also gonna make a Black Forge cart. I want to make a Black Forge cart. I need to make a Galder table cart. And messing around with some of those things. So Black Forge, I started doing this. I created a little custom box, obviously this box right here. And I started like designing this. I'm going to change the wheels and change a few things up. Obviously the texture is pulling just from this texture. But the issue with the Black Forge one is it's curved. And I don't know if I want that to be a curved cart, or if I want the cart itself to be like straight, you know? Did not hear that do it. You didn't? I heard it. You did butcher the name, but no worries. Hey, please give me Carlos GN. Just literally Carlos GN. Like Carlos Goodnight. Like that. It's not meant to be a full word. Yeah, I was worried about this one. At least you have some time on it. Yeah, I mean, I've got some time to like fix it. But I don't know. The Black Forge is it's interesting, to say the least. Like, so here, what I was trying to do is I was trying to like take this and like just straighten it out, you know? Because like I can go here and I can highlight this and then just say grab everything that's attached to it and yoink it. Go here, grab everything. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. So we'll go here, we'll grab a piece of everything, right? Grab all of these. And then like I can delete all of this. Let it select everything that we need to select, right? I can delete all of this. I can go here. Select all this crap and select every piece that's attached to it and yoink it. So like I can get just the top half, right? The problem comes with the fact that it's curved. And in order to maintain like not only the texture, which isn't too hard, but in order to maintain the visuals of this and like keep it straight, you know? Each set of trapezoids makes a rectangle. Yes. Take out the middle. Like literally take out the middle. What do you mean? Let me see. Split the ends and merge them together. Take one trapezoid mirror. Take one trapezoid mirror, flip, and attach. One trapezoid mirror, flip, and attach. Okay. I think I know what you mean by that. Take out the middle. What for Black Forge? Use the bench extension and plop this stuff on top. It's square. The bench extension? You mean like the Black Forge extension? Or wait, no, Forge. Just type in Forge. Check Discord, stream BS. Okay, one sec. Okay. I think I get what you mean. You're saying like this. Like go here. We'll select this portion. It's probably going to select everything, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to slice it. Yeah, it's going to select everything. I'm going to have to slice it, but you're saying like slice it right here on this line flip it and straighten it out to like select this chunk right from here over. And then delete the middle and put the lava pool together. Well, see, I don't even need to like copy these. I can literally just delete it. So what I was trying to do with this one here, so we're going to discard this. What I was trying to do with this one here is just to put those inside of this. Like, so this is the box, and then just put everything on top of this box, and then rebuild this this top piece up here. Because, you know, like, everything wood is not what I want. Like, I want this to be like a stone thing that's attached. Potentially, I don't know if it's feasible. I wish I did. I don't know, but as you can see, I've got like this piece. This piece is broken right here. This is the broken version of it. This is the other version of it that they've made, which is like a low poly, whatever. And then like, here's the full one that's broken. Same thing. And then they've got this one that's clean. It's flat, but it's also low poly. But it's curved, and I don't like the fact that it's curved. I mean, I can also just use this shit right here. This actually is kind of neat for a backpack, to be honest with you. Like this metal cutter thing looks kind of neat for a backpack. And then you've got a dev forge right here. Let this load. You can also split it down the middle and just invert mirror one side, turning it into an S shape instead of a curved C shape. Yeah, that would be neat. And then this right here is a dev forge. So this is a location that they've built in the game for themselves. Right? So they've got this whole room here, and then it's neat. With a little tree in the middle. Super cool. They've got chests everywhere. Woo! Stepped away for a bit, eating other stuff, come back, and attack stamina has been updated. Awesome, thanks. No problem. It did not get its rewrite that I want to do, but you asked for it, so I just went ahead and pushed the update. But yeah, so like they've got all their stuff on the wall, and here's their black forge, right? And they've just built this. This is pretty cool. I kind of like this. I didn't even know this existed. This must be something new. But yeah, see, they had like a cartography table and stuff out here. But this is their little forge area that they've built. Imagine being able to build this stuff in Unity, right? I mean, I could do the forge, like the literal forge table, which was easy. I don't want the forge cooler, you know? Like, because theoretically, I could turn this into the workbench. I could turn this into the actual workbench. Like, if we grab this, we go here. We duplicate. We go to crafty carts here. We'll say skip for now. Hang on. Forge or black. Let's see, black forge extension. And I think this might be what someone meant a minute ago when you said take the extension, use the flat piece for that. You can't just lift the lava pool and coals. That's what Norger was saying. Okay, yeah. Lift the lava pool in coals. Yes. But that leaves the S, that leaves the like the C shape. So like I can literally go in here and I can grab the coals, right? I can say click, 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 click. Grab everything that's attached to those. Right? And I can grab those and I can physically move them if I want to. I can delete them. I can move them. So like right now it's in move mode. If I grab, let's see, grab more of these. Grab more of these. Tell it to select more faces for me. So I don't have to select each one individually. And see, and then we can see which ones don't actually have a selection by me. It's actually getting really slow. I think this one's in here. All right, and select all these. You'll still need to cut the lava trail. Just cut it so it's straight on both sides. Don't necessarily need to. Just don't try lifting the lava pool with your bare hands unless you want your hands to become part of the lava pool. You're funny. But yeah, see, like I can do all this. And see, that selected way too much. So I'm going to have to select away. I can build that myself, but yeah, I can grab like this and say select. So those specific coals I'm going to have to grab individually, unfortunately. But like this, I can click here, click here, click here, and do this. And see, and then I can grab these. So I can say copy, right? I can move these if I wanted to. I can take them off or out of the table. And you can see that these are individual meshes, but for some reason the other shit didn't work. So we can say copy, we could paste this, you know, we could do whatever we wanted to do. We could paste that. We could take that as a mesh. The coals right here, obviously we saw that was going to be slightly a problem. But this here, all this weird lava pool. So there's so many triangles that they didn't really need to do. This could have been like 2, maybe 3. But yeah, we can grab the lava pool here and say click. And see, that grabs everything because it grabs way too much because everything's touching it. But this, if we go inside, we can see that these are just in here. The full mesh covered up, right? And then we can see that that actually is part of the table. That's why it's grabbing the whole table. And I probably accidentally grabbed one there. But yeah, theoretically, I could do that. I can also go into the Black Forge cart here. We'll discard the changes on this. And we can go here and we can say that we want that mesh, right? So this mesh here. And we can also duplicate the prefab, right? But we want to use this mesh instead. So we've got Forge. We will go to the extension. Where was that extension? Right here. So the Forge Cooler. This is the default with the water shader and blah, blah, blah. But we wanted this one, the LOD, like the actual LOD. And we can duplicate this and drag and drop this in here. So we've got that one here, and we'll drag that into prefabs because we're actually going to use it directly. And then we can drag this onto here. See, look, now I'm not even updating mods anymore. I'm really just fixing the cart. So we can do this. I will select the box here. All right, wait, hang on. Select all the pieces. Delete. So yoink that out, right? So we've got this. We will go to prefab, unpack completely. We can move this down to here. And this could be the actual cart. This could be the top, the bottom, the sides. And we can stretch the corners out so it's not angled. But we can scale it, right? Like, so I can scale it this way. And I can scale it a little bit this way and get it more of like a cart shape. Same shit, different toilet. And then we can edit the mesh as well. So this could be here. Let me get this over here. Hang on. Line this up. Boom, boom. Line this up as well here. And we'll stretch it a little bit longer. Continue to stretch, and then we'll move. And see, this is without editing the actual mesh. And then I can make this go a little bit more up. Make it look partay. So that actually needs to shrink just... Oh, no. Shrink just a tad. And that's not terrible, but I need it to stretch a little bit more. Yeah. So right about there is where I want this thing to be. Maybe a little bit longer. Little bit longer. What is it changing when I change that? That's changing the X. Okay, so we'll go 1.27, maybe 1.3. So that's a little bit longer there, a little bit longer there. Lines up. So this would be like a 1.29, I think. Something slightly shorter where we want it to be. So boom. Ba-da-da-da-da. Yeah, so right around there. And this is fairly close to touching. And then we can just stretch that up, right? We can do this. This is automatically going to make it a little bit more boxy. And then we can fix it. So I've got it stretched down to the bottom, which looks good. And we'll actually grab it and lower it a little bit. So we can see right about where that height limit is going to be. Set that. And now what I'm going to do is, because I have this, I'm going to change this mesh to the other mesh that we duplicated. So we're not changing the out of the box mesh. And I say out of the box, I'm so used to saying out of the box, but basically the vanilla one. Guys, we have it's just this mod at the moment. Guys, we have an ad starting in 20 seconds. Speaking of mobs, is anyone getting mobbed by the Hilder idiots if you decide to return her lousy chest? Yeah, that definitely happens. And then add the tools. Whatever you do, just don't try lifting lava. Okay, so I read all that. Guys, 5 seconds on the ad. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's looking the way I want. So we're gonna go to tools, modeler here, hierarchy, vertex, select the corners here, and we are going to, so we can shift just the corners, but we're also going to shift a lot of these pieces. I actually kind of like it in like a triangular shape. All right, Darkness, I appreciate you. I kind of like it in the triangular shape, to be honest with you. Put a little bit of lava here, some coals on the side, put the tools in the front. I actually kind of like that, so I think I'm going to leave it. Yeah. I kind of like that. I'm good with that. And I'm going to select this and make sure that this also gets scaled the way we want it to. So we're going to close this. We didn't change. I thought we changed this. 1.29. Okay, so we changed it here. So 1.295. 296, 7, 8, 299. So that puts us at 1.3, which is good. And then we can angle this here. So I kind of like that. We're losing a little bit here, but that's good with me. I think that's good. And then we've got the tool piece here. So we'll save it. And then we'll go to the actual Black Forge. We'll take all those things off. Daedric armor looks nice. Thank you. We'll take all that off, and then we will take the wheels and shit like that will make it use this texture. So black forge material. So this will all get a nice little rework. So wheel R. Arg. Hang on. 2 hours later, so I haven't figured out what Restoring Mod 2 is called in this game. You're funny. 2 years for an update. That's gotta suck. All right, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna say umodler. Umodularize hierarchically. We're gonna set the UV. Open UV editor. Hang on. All right, guys. My son is crying. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to see if my wife needs my help, okay? Be right back. Well, if it would change scenes, that'd be fantastic. All right, y'all. Apparently, I don't know how long I was gone. I don't know how long I was gone with that, so I apologize. With new crafting skills, farming crafting, you do get a pop sound and you get an extra item. Yes, you do. Welcome back. How long was that timer? 3 hours and 2 seconds. How long was that outside of that timer? I can't stream too much longer. My wife and my son are already preparing for bed, and it's been a week. Grew a beard. My wife and son are preparing for bed, and my dogs want to go outside. So anyway, I'm gonna fix this up. I'm gonna move the wheels over here so we can actually highlight absolutely everything. Well, almost everything, right? Let's zoom out a little. So we can highlight all of these and we can move them. Oh, fuck me. Why is it not moving? There we go. And we can move these over and we can see that this little sliver is actually the bottom half of the tire here. And then we can slide this over and see where that is. And that should be the centerpiece. Honestly, I might make the centerpiece kind of like the cinders, you know? And we can also drag it down to be the physical metal. So that would be the metal. Probably 2 minutes or so. Oh, okay. So not terrible. Yeah, since everything I want to play is unavailable at the moment, I don't have enough brain capacity to expand the factory. Sleep is very likely in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, and I think that I should probably get some sleep too. It's already 1 o'clock. It's super late, and my son is already in bed. He's up. He's not supposed to be up. But he's up, and so is my wife. So they're trying to get him to bed, and I figure I'll probably help with that. So yeah. Anyway, this is what I'm probably going to do with this is I'm going to take all of these. So like this portion here can stay with the black metal. This can stay with the black metal. I'm going to take this and I'm going to move this to the black metal as well. And then this piece here, all of these, I'm going to move to the actual metal, right? So I'm going to move this over here and move it down and over here. So this is the metal piece here. So when we close this out and take a look at it, right? We say close on this. So now the tire looks a little bit more like blended with what that's supposed to be and what that's supposed to look like, right? And then I'll make this a little bit more black metal-y, right? So it's less wood looking. So we'll get something that's round. The music box died. It's still playing music. Metal around the edge. Oh, you mean the thing in the top, sorry. It says new update. Let's see. Fucking Deathsquitos, annoying pricks. We need to control the plot to keep them away from the plane spaces. I feel you on that. I feel like you should use the catapult wheels for that cart. Probably. Yeah, we could modify those, no problemo. But yeah, let's see. Did they actually make good wheels? Wait, no, that's the Ram, isn't it? You don't actually mean catapult, do you? You might. We'll save. I don't think that they actually have wheels on this. So catapult broken. So the catapult actually shows that it has wheels. Hang on. This one does. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Battering ram material. So it actually uses the same material as the battering ram. Interesting. So we're actually going to copy this. We're going to go back to the cart here. Prefabs, Black Forge cart. Paste that in. So wheel 1 can be right here. Let's see. So that's at a 1. We will grab this and say copy position. Wait. Hang on. Did I do that right? Yeah. Okay. So copy position. So we're going to say paste position. So position is the same. We can scale it down to match. So we're going to grab the scaling tool here. And we're just going to go yoinkers. Right about there, I'd say. And we'll save that. True joy. You should keep them that huge relative size we just had. Why? Just like straight up massive. You can't even get to the fucking cart if I do that. Oh shit. All right, hang on. Yeah, what is this? Why can't I get out of whatever that is? What is that? Yeah, okay, so this is here. The wheel is there. It's Gucci Man and Le Fleur. And we will pull this tire in, I think. Right about here. Where each log spawns a hive of death skeetos. See? Harbinger. Yeah, no, you did great. I like this. Because see, if I hide that, that wheel looks like this. Yeah, I can actually take some more from that catapult. So it matches a little bit more. We'll save that the way it is. So it matches a little bit more. Maybe this could literally just be the cart. Like, fuck it. You gotta drag this big fucking thing. But yeah, so we probably could, to be honest with you, like grab this, squeeze it down. This could literally be the cart. This could be the arms that hold shit up. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. All right, so hang on. We need to look at the RAM. Maybe I can steal some stuff from the RAM as well. So this is the battering ram. We've got, you know, this nice little bullshit here. And this is just flat. Like, I don't know. It's massive. It's flat. Like, I probably could keep this. They made this one big ass mesh. But yeah, we could make a Logeddon thing. What a giant potato gun. Hang on, what did I miss? Instead of shooting potatoes, it shoots death skeetos. You could do that. Yeah, for all the heavier carts, you do that with those wheels are better suited. Logs are less of a killer. So the problem would be when I come across things like the what is it, Galder table? Like mage table or some shit. Hang on, I searched. So like we've got the rune tablet thingy, right? As the extension. Here's the prep table, the new prep table thing. So when I get to this, this is going to be interesting because I think I'll probably just slice this motherfucker up. To be honest, I'll slice the bottom half off and I'll get this little platform here, and then I'll make the beams kind of like the metal that's right here. I'll bend the metal the way I need to. So the bullet, the log, then it spawns death. So ballista, yeah, you could do it with a ballista. Changing the projectiles, something that you can actually do in code. You don't have to do it in anywhere else. But yeah, so like the mage table, that turning this into a cart is going to be fun. And then we've got, ooh, what's this? The Hilder map table. Fuck it. New cart right here. Hilder map. Just stretch that. But like the cartography, so the cartography table needs a cart as well. I think that I would probably turn this into a cart. I'll squeeze this a little bit and resize some of the stuff that's on top. Because these are all one mesh. I'll cut these legs off and do the same thing. I'll probably slap this onto a wooden cart or very similar. And then just do the same. And then like, so the butcher table, similar to what I did with the butcher table here, I'll just smack them together. We've got the Hilder table. I don't know. Let's see. If we type in Bog, does she have any like cool tables or anything that we can pull from her for the cauldron? It's like, so she's got the hut. She doesn't have any cool tables. But she has like a ladder with shit on it. And then she's got like these little rune thingies. I like this. Maybe this should be part of the cauldron. Like this right here. That should be part of the cauldron. Like if we take this and rotate it a little, you know, like this. Maybe that could be the piece that holds the shit up. And then we could also do the same for this, you know, like rotate this. Maybe this could be the piece instead. I don't know, for the cauldron cart, for the top piece. You're flagging. Yeah, I probably should go to sleep as well, if I'm being honest with you. I know I said that a minute ago. So, but yeah, this Black Forge cart, I do like those wheels. I think I'm going to change it from the battering ram to the Black Forge material. So the cooler material here. Right. And then we've got the actual Black Forge material right here as well. Uh-oh. Black Forge cart. Grab the wheel. Go back here. And we'll grab this. And then we will modularize this bullshit. Or U-model. Whatever. So tools. U-modeler. And U-model. So we'll do that, and then we can save the asset. So as we change this, I want to change the UV and open UV editor. And same shit here. So these are the ridges. So part of the ridges right here got a little bit of the metal. So we can highlight most of that. And we can drag this down into the actual metal pieces here. And let's see. So is this the ridge? Where is this vertex? Oh, so that's on the opposite side. Interessante. Oh, there's a ball right here. Okay, so the ball can be also in the metal as well. All right, and this looks like it's going to be the center. Oh, no, okay. No, that can definitely stay. What is this? Oh, that's the literal inside of the tire. I don't like the fact that these overlap. And what is this? Okay, so that's the inside. That's the inside of that. That would be kind of cool if that was also pure metal as well. So we will grab this. We'll make that pure metal. Wait, you can edit from the UV map? Yeah. My brain's starting to hyper channel flip. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I can edit and I can change all this stuff as well. Put the inside as metal and the spokes. So you want to do everything as metal? I don't know. I was thinking to keep the similar stuff as the box in the background is that like the edges have the metal and then like the center is not, right? And so like the ridges here have metal, but everything else doesn't. So it looks more like this. What are you guys thinking? Because I think that fits a little bit more with like the theme. So hang on, let me hide the wheel here. What about this? Yeah, so like the edges on this box all have gold. So I figured the wheel would all have edges with like a little bit of stuff in the middle. And then like this could be the same as that, you know? But yeah, good, very, very, very good suggestion on the wheel. I don't know what this is or why that's a thing. Let me select the wheel here. Hang on. UV.
Yeah. This is big brain time.
What is it this? Yeah, it was that. Okay. We're just going to stretch that in a little. And that'll be what we need to do. But yeah, so this is the inside of the wheel plus the actual wheel. Right? It'd be kind of cool if this, like every ounce of this, like if we just drug all of this in here, we moved it up, and all of that was squished, right? Like we go here to, let's see, scale, and we just go yoink, and we squish it all. Let's see, and we close this out. Like if it's just a fire wheel. Chicka chicka chick ching. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, but not really cool all at the same time. Yeah, but we'll leave it as that. I like this. I like this a lot. That's very nice. Very, very nice. So we've got the Black Forge mat here. And the wheel here. So the wheel has the configurable joint. It's not connected to a rigid body, but the wheel here is connected to a rigid body. But it's missing the mesh, right? Yeah. You should use the studded wheels for the carts that should be heavier, like the forge and the stone cutter. I feel like no. Only because this matches like the battering ram, and if we're going based off of the way the default game goes, we need the ones that match kind of like the way that stone cutter looks. So like if we save this and then we go and look at the stone cutter cart, so like the stone cutter cart looks like this with this different wheel. And if we go to stone cart here, we'll grab this material. So this material looks like this, and see, like that kind of blends in with what the default stone cutter looks like, you know? And it's a little bit more lightweight. It's thin. It's missing like its little end piece here. We've got the bars that go underneath, and we've angled it nicely. The only thing that triggers me is I didn't line these up appropriately. That's a problem, and it bothers me. So I'll have to fix that. Yeah, so like everything kind of is meant to blend. So like this forge cart here, we'll save that. But this forge cart here, if we grab this material and we grab the wheels, let me populate it right here as well. So this forge cart, well, if we grab the sail material up there. So the forge cart, like these wheels match this as well, you know? Like the goal is to make them kind of match what the base game has. And that's similar to like the cauldron cart. I really want to grab like the metal from the cauldron and make these more metal instead of wood up here. And then change the top to be more like a metal sheet. And then like the Black Forge cart that's beefy, delete some of this extra shit off the top, and then maybe literally just have, you know, the forge, so to speak. So we'll cut into this, and we'll cut into some of the lava and things like that. So we'll steal it from here. But basically, we'll grab this circle. We'll grab this circle here. We'll grab maybe a little bit of this line, but not much. And then we'll grab the tools and stuff off of it, and we'll just copy that. Almost done with the expedition. You're fast as shit, dude. But yeah, so like workbench cart, stone cart, that kind of thing. And then we've got the, you know, the forge cooler, right, which we turned the forge cooler into a cart. And I think that looks pretty good. Aside from like what we're working on here, we can populate those. So we'll go here to the faces. And honestly, if we grab this and we move these to like more metal, it would look better. You could have done it faster. I feel like you're lying, but you're probably right. Same time. All right, so this default here. And then we've got the wheel R here. All right, so wheel R. There's no real difference between these. So I'm going to, instead of hiding it, I'm literally just going to disable this game object. So we've got that here, and this wheel can go poof. Right? You have to crash later. Yeah, I need to crash as well. I think I'm good. We've got one wheel. This is what the old wheel looked like. This is what the new wheel is going to look like. And then I'm going to think on it. I'm going to sleep on it, actually, on what I want this to look like. Because I'm thinking maybe we take these, we grab this, you know, we move it here, and this is the metal bar for this piece. So this would be here, and then we can scale this up. But, you know, it's got this weird, like, angular scale, and I don't like that. But, like, we can make it fat, make a nice little gigantic juicy thing. But I don't like how metal it's going to look. I don't like the way that that's going to look. I want it a little less metal. A little bit more witchy. Because it's a cauldron, you know, it's got to be a cauldron cart. It can't just be this bland. To me, this looks bland in comparison to the other carts. So anyway, I think that I'm going to mess around with that. I'm going to think on it. I'm going to sleep on it and take a look at those later. But I thank you again for the suggestion on the Black Forge cart, because I really kind of like that. I'm digging that. I'm digging the wheels. Digging the wheels. Very much so. I like that compared to this. And I was just going to put like metal right here, you know. Super nice. I'm enjoying that a lot. Enjoying that a lot. All right, so I'm going to close this out. We're going to save the changes to the scene and everything. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out and for being here. I really do appreciate it. I think we're just going to hit up some things. Quiver from the... sorry, I'm responding to someone. All right. So we're going to close some things out. We're going to get some things moving. I need to open my dashboard. Morning Darkness is playing. Cookie Monster is playing. Would you guys rather see Raft or Enshrouded? Raft or Enshrouded? Where are you guys thinking? It's getting very late, so like I know a lot of you are trying to skip out. Maybe we won't raid out tonight. A new Valheimer for me? Really? If you're interested, it depends. It depends. If like half of you leave, then probably not. But that's just because I don't want them to like get people that are sleepy and then immediately leave. You know what I mean? And that's perfectly fine for you guys. Let me see. So Valheim. Let's see who we're talking about. No, Newfie Monkey. Are you talking about Matt Dog? No, is your stream your call? Yeah. Yeah, so that's like 4 people saying that they're going to bed. Let me check out. So Tank, send me their name if you don't mind. Let me check out their content before we raid them. Guys, I think we're just gonna end today. Most likely. Let's see. No, what's their name if you don't mind me asking? Let's check out their content real fast. Let's everybody make a consecutive decision. Hey, 1TS free. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. We are at the end of the stream tonight, so we are ending. I appreciate you following right at the end. I do greatly appreciate that. We dived into a bunch of different mods. We've updated a few mods. We will be back on Friday. Most likely, we will update some more mods after we play some games. I think we'll play some games and then go to bed. Play games and then fix mods and then go to bed on Friday. So, Colin Sick. Have a great night. First is free. Yeah, watching 3 to 4 hours. Forgot to follow. Oh, hey, no. Thank you so much. Colin is the new guy. Let's see. He's not even showing up on my YouTube. Or, sorry, my Twitch. I just looked at the YouTube tab, so let's see. Colin Sick. Okay. I see who we're talking about. Oh, look at him. He's chilling.
Down. Emotional damage. That worked. That was still very loud.
Awesome. You know what?
Why does my fart not work? I am upset again.
He's got good audio. I'll give him a shot. Tank, I'll give him a shot.
I mean,
we'll jump in there. I gotta plug up my phone, but I'll jump into the chat with him as well. We'll just say, hope that you're enjoying Valheim, you know, and drop him some raids. I don't know too much about him. If you got any better message for the new guy, let me know.
It's gonna work anymore.
Oh.
So just use that emote, guys. If you got it, if you're a subscriber, you definitely have it. If you're not a subscriber, you should also have it because it's one of the free ones. So use that emote. Just say, hey. We're going to jump in there. I haven't seen him. I haven't taken a look. Let me go plug up my phone and let me watch him.
Is so he makes a lot of mods.
Oh, someone's talking to him.
Honestly, he streams himself. He does a lot of programming.
All right, so let's see.
And like I know that his mods are safe. And
cool.
Really
so we're gonna shoot him a raid, guys. If you want, please join in. Please tell him where you came from. And it sounds like my name's already being mentioned before I jump over there, which is fine.
If you see Azamat around, make sure you say
let him know.
Hunter says hey.
Let him know that we're super cool and that we're awesome. And drop the raids, drop the things, as many raid emotes as you want. Say something along the lines of,
like I said, I was in.
I'm sick. You're too. I don't care. I don't say something funny. Do something funny.
Azamat.
All right, so my raid message is probably going to be.
Cosmo is also in Azamat's stream a lot as well. He's so he can vouch for Azamat as well. Because he's a pretty cool dude.
So I think that I'm gonna say this.
Okay, now let me try. Maybe
without the fancies.
I just fixed it.
But yeah, I think that I'm going to say this.
It works. It was definitely the PDF
Right
didn't
here.
work, so I took it off and put it right back
Guys,
on.
copy
It's like,
that
yeah,
message if you
play it
want.
on my-
I'm just going to say, if you're sick, where's the
I'm so
medicine?
bad with computers.
No,
He
man,
doesn't know who I am,
You've
I
only
don't
just
think.
started streaming. You're getting there, and people.
So,
people will be
anyway.
happy to help you out.
See y'all later. We'll catch you later. Drop that in there. I'll see you
There's
soon.
A lot to all of it.
Yeah, but like I said, people are